everybody, welcome into my latest live broadcast and build video. Today is Monday the 13th of January 2020. My name is Kerry Holzman, and thanks you guys so much for joining me. As usual, I'm getting we shouldn't say as usual, but it's not uncommon for me to get a little bit of an early start to make sure audio and video are going out well before we start the build, and to give people time to jump into the chat room. So for everybody who's been in there for quite some time before the show started, well, we know who the real fans are, don't we? Thank you to Marty and Jesse and Brendan and Eddie Casanova, William Dawson, Eddie Sawyers, IZ, everybody who jumped in early. And thank you for the contributions. Marty contributed $2. These are all before the stream started. Jesse Kirk, $2. Brendan Looney, £2. And one just came in. Chester Hughes contributed $2 before the stream started. And thanks you guys so much for your enthusiasm. I appreciate that very much. Gets me excited to want the show started earlier when I see I already have a bunch of people waiting with anticipation. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. And for everybody else, welcome in. Come on, grab a seat. We'll get started here in a couple of minutes. Tomorrow is going to be, the second Tuesday of the month, right? So that's Patch Tuesday. Those will be your last updates you will ever get for Windows 7 as a consumer. So it is highly advisable that you get out of Windows 7. The issues concerning privacy are all over exaggerated. There's no more privacy issues than you joining me here on this YouTube video. When you click on anything on the internet, it's basically recorded, typically in a form of a cookie, or there's other ways that it's tracked. So they can tell, we don't know who this person is that's clicking on Kerry's videos, or they may not even know what videos, but they know you go to YouTube. They know that about you. Whether you're using Linux or Mac or Windows, any version of Windows, your phone, this is how the internet works, and this is how this content and much like it is available to you for free. So, and not that you pay for things that don't necessarily spy on you either. Your credit card companies know where you're spending your money. They know which shops you like to frequent, your grocery store and your loyalty shopper cards that give you those discounts, track what you buy, and even send you customized coupons of items they think you will buy or that you have bought in the past. So it's not all necessarily a bad thing, but do as you feel you must. But you're not going to change the world with regards to Windows 10. It's highly unlikely. So you can either accept it as it is or choose not to participate at all. However, continuing to use Windows 7 is profoundly unwise, but it is your decision to make. Windows 7 won't become necessarily dangerous to use this month. However, it could. Every day that Windows 7 goes without any updates is another day that it's less secure than the day before. So as you continue to use Windows 7, it will eventually become quite a risk on the internet, as the hackers that want to attack you are going to be using the latest and greatest equipment to attack you. So if you're on there with old obsolete equipment and you're not getting updates, your antivirus isn't going to protect you from this. It can protect you from certain kinds of threats, but not necessarily exploits. Like, I'll give you an example. Firefox released, I think it was version 72 of their new browser, and it had an extreme exploit available within it that allowed an external source to grab full control of your computer through the Firefox browser. Now, they issued a patch for this 2 days later. So for all the people who tout about how great Firefox is, regardless of your antivirus, it would not have helped you in this situation. And there is no perfect piece of software. So whether you prefer one piece of software over another to suggest that it's more secure as your justification, that's only of the moment you're speaking. There could be other things going on as you're speaking that are making it less secure or more dangerous, as the case may be. And just because you don't know it and you're not aware of it doesn't make it more secure. No, I'm not suggesting not to use Firefox. I'm simply stating that using any piece of software or operating system, because like in the case of my privacy, your privacy is nothing compared to having somebody take your computer over without your knowledge, because you're using a third-party browser because you hate Microsoft so much you're willing to chop off your own foot and hurt yourself. I don't get it. I'm not on board with that. But if that's what you want to do, chop away. That being said, whether you want to use Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Edge, whatever you want to use, they all have their pros and cons. No single one is clearly above the other. What do I use? I use Chrome. Why do I use it? Because Chrome is owned by Google, that also owns YouTube, and I'm broadcasting, and it makes my life much easier when all the products are made by the same company. If YouTube was owned by Microsoft, I can guarantee you I'd be using Edge right now in the chat room and to monitor my video, because it would just obviously work better. So it doesn't have anything to do with security. It just has to do with just trying to make my life a little easier with compatibility issues or potential compatibility issues. And anyway, just be aware, make any decision you want to make, I don't care, but understand the potential consequences of that decision. You can still upgrade to Windows 10 for free using an activated Windows 7 or activated Windows 8. Some people falsely believe that that's not right, but it's perfectly legal, and Microsoft is perfectly fine with it. In fact, they prefer it. I assure you, if Microsoft didn't want you to do that, they would turn that off. They have not turned it off for a reason, and so it is absolutely perfectly legal. Now, will Microsoft continue to offer the Windows 10 upgrade to Windows 7 after tomorrow? Maybe, maybe not. I am suggesting you get it while you can, because at any point Microsoft can flip a switch and turn that off. And just because they haven't done that yet doesn't make it illegal, and just because they haven't done it yet doesn't mean they're never going to do it. So if I were you, I'd take advantage of that offer, but I'm not you. All I can do is lead a horse to the water. I cannot make that horse drink the water. So there's the information for you guys. I hope that you use that to base your decision for how you want to proceed if you're running Windows 7. Oh, I see Dave Murray in the chat. I have to tell you, I was really embarrassed. Dave Murray makes these, he's an amateur photographer, so he says. He looks like a professional photographer from what I'm seeing. He lives in Scotland, and he has these beautiful landscape photographs that he's taken. And he makes a calendar. He's done it for the last couple of years. And he sends me one, and it's a big, beautiful calendar. And I've tried to show that calendar twice now, and I couldn't remember where I put it. I keep going back to my office where I should have placed it, and it was there the whole time, but something else was on top of it, and that's why I didn't find it. So this time I want to show you Dave's calendar, because Dave's a friend and a supporter of this channel, and so we want to show a little love back to everybody. Give back to the people who give. That's all I'm saying. So right here, see, I put it where I can find it this time. It's a big calendar, and I don't know how many of these Dave has available, and I don't think it's really his, like a business, but I think it's a hobby, and he enjoys doing it, and I know Dave has sold these to many other viewers who saw it in previous broadcasts. And so this is his 2020 calendar, and these are some of the pictures of the landscape shots that he's taken, and they're just so well, what's the word I'm looking for? The lighting on them is good, color saturation's good, the framing of the objects is good. What I don't like is when I hand somebody a camera and I go, would you take our picture? And they try and put people in the middle of the picture. So that would be like me being down here. So I'm in the, like, you don't need to see all this. So when you guys are taking pictures, stop trying to put everything in the middle. It's bad. And if you look, there's some great examples of this. You don't really see anything centered on his pictures, and you go, wow, these pictures are really nice. This, you see a lot of things like this bridge kind of going across, and it's not in the middle. He didn't put the bridge up here. Or these trees over here. These trees are not perfectly centered. Or how about this bridge over here? See how it sort of starts at one corner and works its way towards the center? That is how you take, right there. If you just learn that one little trick, even with a cell phone, any kind of camera, that one trick will improve the pictures you take. So you'll be like, wow, that's a lot better. Stop trying to put everything in the middle. Anyway, I don't know what Dave sells these for. You can reach him. He's in the chat room right now. He lives in, as he calls it, Bonnie, Scotland. And back in the day before Google Calendar, what I used to do is I used to buy a big calendar, and I would make sure it had the big squares on each day. And I would write down, dentist appointment, 1 p.m. And my old calendars, I saved them There's a Brent Kavanaugh joke in there somewhere. But anyway, I save them and I can look through my old calendars and see what I was doing that month, that year. So I've always liked calendars that have the big squares that I could write in, even though I guess I don't need that anymore. So anyway, they're beautiful pictures. It's a big calendar, and it's about the closest I've ever been to seeing Scotland. So I appreciate Dave sending one to me. And yeah, good work, Dave. And you can talk to Dave in the chat room. I don't know, like I said, I don't know how many he's got and what the cost is, but I'm sure he can make more. All right, a couple other contributions came in, so let me give a couple of shouts out. What do we got? Alan Maybreyer's contributed $1. Wilhelm Gordon, $1.99. John Peck, £2. And then there's also Rare Apple 3 contributes $1, and Jim Innes contributes $5. He said 5 for my virtual box heaters. Only one of them's a box heater. Thanks, you guys. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and helping keep me sponsor-free. I'd really like to stay sponsor-free for as long as possible. Luke Greenia says, I just got done watching some Rainbow Clash demos. Man, those things are addictive. I'm glad you can appreciate the Rainbow Clash. It's a PC demo group. And what you have to understand is everything you're watching was generated on the video card of that computer. So even though when you're watching YouTube videos, they had to, the people who developed those demos had to work within a certain amount of memory. They couldn't exceed a certain amount of memory, and everything has to be original. And so a lot of it is just weird graphics and just things to do with regards to how many objects you can move on the screen, light reflections, and they're mesmerizing. And if you can appreciate the work that goes into that and how small the code is, and appreciate that that's a home computer generating those graphics that are mind-blowing, and know that the YouTube video that's uploaded is about 100 times bigger in file size than the application, and you can download those and run them on your own computer versus watching the final output as a recorded video. You can actually download the executable files that were submitted to the PC demo contest. Like there's a big one in Helsinki, Finland called Assembly. And you can run those right on your computer. If you have a decent graphics card, it'll render those graphics live. The end result will be what you see on the YouTube video, but you'll know that your computer's generating that on the fly, and that it's really a way of flexing, you know. It's pretty cool. So not everybody appreciates that. They look at it and they go, that's kind of interesting. But if you understand the amount of code that they had to work with, and you understand that the computer, it's a home computer running that, it gets more impressive when you understand what went into making it. We've got about 664 people watching now. That's great. We're getting a good turnout. Creeping Death 71 says, go play some Jumpman and have a Dr. Pepper. I mean, good old Jumpman in the old Atari days. Mikhail Spengard has contributed 20 Danish krona. Thank you, Mikhail. And Creeping Death. Yes, I said thank you to Creeping Death. So today's build, this is going to a gentleman, his name is Joey. And Joey was one of the first people, when I started making these YouTube videos, my intent was to teach people not to get more work. Like I wasn't trying to make an advertisement for my business. I was just saying, here, you can do this yourself. And people have reached out to me and have said, hey, would you do it for me? You know, for whatever reason, right? They're like, yeah, I could do it, but I'd rather just pay you to do it. I'm like, all right, I'll make a video out of it. So Joey was one of the first people that, when I initially started this up, that said, hey, would you make a computer for me? And I was so excited and I was so happy, I drove it out to him in San Diego and delivered it to him in person. And that was quite a few years ago. Now Joey's ready for a new one. And you're going to see a lot of the same parts on a couple of these builds, probably 5 or 6 builds using the Core i7 9700K paired with this H370 HD3 motherboard, and of course the Mugen 5 cooler. because when it's all said and done, for right around $1,000, you're going to have a rocket ship of a computer. I mean, this thing is fast. It is super, super quiet. And when we put that into a $200 case like I've got behind me here, or even a Be Quiet Pure Base 500, it's a super simple build. Look at how many parts we're dealing with. We got the case, that's one part. Motherboard, CPU, RAM, storage, and cooler is 5 more parts, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the power supply is 6, and with the case, that's 7 parts. 7 parts to build your whole computer. Now, he doesn't need an optical drive, so we're not going to put one in there. And what you use for RAM, ultimately these days doesn't really matter much. Today we've got some Guile brand. It was on sale. It was a good price. And I couldn't find the RAM, and I couldn't find, was it the solid state drive. I couldn't find these 2 items on Amazon yet. This is the new 665p Intel. You'll see it says, where does it say it? Right there, 665p. And so far I've only found the 1 terabyte version. It's like $125 for this. And this is the evolution of the 660p, which is still widely available. But if you're on the fence and you're getting ready to order and you're thinking about getting the 660p drive, especially like you see me use the 2 terabyte version, it's about $215. If you look around, you can find it for $200, and if you watch for it, you'll catch it on sale for like $185. Now that being said, know that the 665p is replacing it. It's going to be a little bit faster and has better endurance ratings. It sells for about $10 more, and it might be worth just holding back just a little bit to get the 665p, although no regrets on the 660p. It's a perfectly fine drive. But if you could just get a little bit better for a little bit more, it may be worth holding out for it. I don't know. This is my first time I've got one in my hands, and we'll run crystal disk mark on it. We know from past tests, if you've watched my videos, by now we pretty much know what the crystal disk mark results are on the 660p 2 terabyte drive. And know that the bigger the solid state drive is, if it's NVMe, the bigger the drive is, the faster it is. That's just the way the technology works. So we're not going to do a fair comparison when we run crystal disk mark on this 1 terabyte drive. I don't have a 660p in 1 terabyte that I've tested. They're all 2 terabytes. So it's not exactly going to be a fair test, but we should see bigger numbers by a third. I want to say about a third faster if I'm not mistaken. But we're going to find out here soon enough. But it's a super easy build. It's pretty straightforward, and I've got about 5 people that want to buy these from me. Like, this is the magic config right now as of January 2020. That's a solid value right there. If you want Intel, now there's some other values on AMD, and we'll talk about that a bit later. And I've got a big announcement that I'm excited to announce tomorrow, so watch for that. Niles Vandesen said, Podnuts is very cool. Well, also what's very cool is TechCon Unplugged. I really enjoyed last year's TechCon Unplugged. And if you recall, I was in Michigan in September, and part of the reason I was out there was to attend this first ever inaugural conference that was intended to be for small business owners of tech businesses. The problem with all the other conferences that claim to be for tech businesses, they focus on big business. And it doesn't do you much good if you're a small businessman. Maybe it's just you, or maybe you have a couple of employees, but you're, pretty darn small compared to the big players out there. a lot of these vendors want to sell in bulk, and it's just like, I don't have that kind of money, and I don't make those kind of sales, and you find out that, it was an okay conference, but 50 or 60% of it didn't apply to you. With TechCon Unplugged, it's a conference specifically for self-employed individuals or small businesses with vendors who will sell to you at good prices in smaller quantities, and every person that's speaking, all of the arrangements they've made for all of the events that take place or the panels that take place, they're all focused on that, small business operations of IT. And I have to say, there wasn't a single panel they were doing that I was not interested in. Like, I would have watched every one of them if I had the time. I'm hoping this year, they just announced they're doing a second one this year. I guess it's the same place at the end of September, like I think the 27th through the 29th, somewhere, whatever that weekend is there. And it's the same people are putting it on. Jeff Hallish and Paco LeBron from Podnuts are putting the event on. I expect it to be just like this first one. And keep this in mind, usually these events go horribly wrong on the first one because there's a big learning curve. Whatever issues Jeff and Paco had, they hid them. Like, I didn't see any. Everything appeared to run very smoothly. No miscommunications with the hotel. No issues at all with the hotel. I think the biggest problem we had was he couldn't find a bottle opener. So anyway, if that's how it starts, it's only going to get better, right? Because they can take that experience and apply it to this year's conference and do that much more with it. The tickets are on sale now. They're $199 for 3 days. That covers your food. And they usually do a little something fun like they did Dave & Buster's last year. We'll see what they do this year. I'm really super excited. First of all, I'm super excited they're going to do it again. I am super excited it's at the same place because I love Grand Rapids, Michigan. Love it. And I love that it's happening during the same time of year because that's a really good time to be in Michigan. It's going to be a little bit colder because it's a couple weeks later, but it's also going to be a lot prettier because the leaves are going to be changing. It'll be a lot of oranges and reds and yellows, and it should be really beautiful, and the weather should be what I consider to be ideal, which is cold nights, warm days. So I'm very much looking forward to it, and congratulations to Jeff and Paco for a successful inaugural event and having it be so successful that they're already planning the second one and starting to sell tickets. That's the best you can hope for. And let's hope this continues for many years on, because if you're a small MSP, a managed service provider, if you're self-employed or you have just a handful of employees, there aren't really any events tailored to help you with your business. This is the only one that I know of. And their turnout they had last year was incredible. So I expect that turnout to be even better this year because now people know what to expect. So hopefully I'll see you out there. You know I will be there. Try and stop me. And more information is at TechConUnplugged.com, and I will be sure to add a link to that in the video notes. But for now, you can Google that. Glenn Davies contributed $5 He says, a recent BIOS update unfortunately corrupted or deleted my BCD, so today I get to learn how to rebuild it. So the BCD, that is what your hard drive or solid state drive, what Windows puts on there to boot from it. I'm struggling to remember what it stands for. It's a thought it was boot something. I'm sure somebody in the chat. Boot configuration data, BCD. Boot configuration data. Thank you, Google. So anyway, a BIOS update should not cause that. It's just typically what happens, especially if you have an older system and you update the BIOS, it may be defaulting a SATA boot drive to AHCI, whereas before it was defaulting it to, what's the alternative? Legacy? I've been using AHCI for so long I can't even remember what the options are. But in the earlier days, They didn't default to AHCI. Now they are. And so when you update your BIOS, all your settings go back, they should go back to the default settings. And if the default settings changed on the updated BIOS, then you'll have to set it back to the way it was on the old BIOS. And if you don't know the way it was on the old BIOS, you may be led to believe that your BCD is corrupt, or you may be chasing down a rabbit hole of something that has nothing to do with the problem. So I don't know what happened here with Glenn Davies, but that doesn't make any sense since the BIOS doesn't do anything to your hard drive. It's strictly on the motherboard, and it has no impact on your hard drive whatsoever. So no idea what's going on over there, but you go down that rabbit hole. I hope that works out well for you. And Luke Greenia just put a link up there for the link to the Rainbow Clash demo videos. And one day I hope to make it out to Helsinki, Finland, and attend that assembly event. They've been doing that now for 40 years. And if you look at the demos from 40 years ago, you'll be like, wow, that looks terrible. It was amazing 40 years ago. It was amazing you could do that on a home computer. And what they're doing today is equally amazing. You're like, yeah, you know, it's Hollywood CGI. No, it isn't. That's not Hollywood. That's just a home computer. Michael Martin says, I just joined the stream a few minutes ago. I just finished upgrading 2 customer PCs from Windows 7 to Windows 10 using their original Windows 7 product keys. Perfect. Not a people person says Dell often sets RAID on by default. Yeah, I can confirm they do that. Doesn't hurt anything to leave it. However, if you were in AHCI mode and then you updated your Dell BIOS and it defaulted back to RAID mode, your system won't boot anymore until you go back in the BIOS and change that SATA controller mode back to AHCI. Or vice versa if it was set the other way around. James Allen's contributed $5. Thank you, James. And Robin Maltman's got some good advice in there using BCD edit. I don't like to prompt people to continue on down their rabbit holes until I can verify why they're going down it. Since I can't verify it, I really don't have the time right now to dig down to find out how we got to that conclusion. I will see people, I will encounter people all the time who will say, Gary, how do I create a new folder in this subfolder? I'm like, well, why do you want to do that? That's the first question I ask people. And do you know why I ask them? Because oftentimes they tell me they're trying to do something that is completely unrelated. Like they're trying to ultimately accomplish a specific task, which has nothing to do with what they're doing. But somewhere they read something or they misinterpreted or somebody told them something incorrect, and then they pick up with me from that point. And I'm like, hold on, rewind. Let's go back to the beginning. What is it you want to do? That's what you should be asking me. Don't ask me how to do it. Whatever this thing is that you're doing. Tell me what you're trying to accomplish and allow me to do my job and share my experience and knowledge to get you there faster. I have gone down that so many times in the past. This is a lesson I have learned that I am sharing with you so you don't have to do what I did, which is you walk somebody through the educational steps of accomplishing a specific task, which could take, you know, however long that takes, and then go, well, it still doesn't work. And you're like, well, yeah, it does. We just did it. They go, not that. The reason I was doing that was to accomplish this. And you're like, well, you should have told me that from the beginning. I could have told you this was a complete waste of time. So that doesn't make anybody happy. So find out what the customer is trying to do and then rewind it back to that point and then guide them. Don't let somebody else guide them and then they don't complete the guidance. In other words, if somebody told you that you need to go do this, then you go talk to them on how to finish it. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to go halfway and ask somebody how to go the other half when the second person doesn't even know where you're trying to go. So it's a waste of everybody's time. So as a tech, and time is money, it helps to help your customer ask the right questions because they often don't ask the right questions. Terrell Harkness has contributed $10, says, hey, Kerry, I went buck wild this weekend and bought a 9900K, a Gigabyte Designair Z390 motherboard, and 32 gigs of Corsair Vengeance RAM and upgraded my main system. Enjoy some Cokes on me. Hey, Terrell, that sounds like it's a killer system. I hope you What cooler did you pair that with? Did you pair it with a Mugen 5? I'm kind of curious. But I know that although I've never used the Design Air motherboard, that should be a great combination of parts. And yeah, thank you for supporting the channel. Glenn Davies said, this is advice from the computer shop from the guy who built the system 4 years ago. Well, I can't speak for, you know, anybody can build a computer. That's what I'm here to show you. I don't know that this guy knows what he's talking about. Glenn, a BCD, your hard drive is not impacted by your BIOS. It's like you get a flat tire and then your car's making a weird sound from the engine compartment, and you go to the mechanic or you go to the tire shop. Right, you go to the tire shop and you go, you just changed my tire and I got a weird sound coming from my engine. And the guy at the tire shop might tell you, oh, well, you gotta tighten up your valves tolerance. Well, you might be right, but what does he know about that? You know, he's a tire guy. He's not an engine mechanic. So what I suggest you do is think about logically the steps that occurred when the problem happened. The thing you changed is likely the source of the problem, not something else down the chain. If you changed your BIOS and now the system doesn't work, there's something in the BIOS that probably needs to be changed back. What I see a lot on the internet, and this really, really frustrates me, I see a lot of ritualization of repairs. And this doesn't just happen from home users, but it happens from people who are self-proclaimed technicians. And what I'll read the forums, right? And they'll say, well, to fix your computer's not starting, here's what you got to do. Now, I'm going to exaggerate this to make a point. You got to turn around in a circle 3 times. You got to look up and go, you'd say, oh, lords of the PC world, I pray to thee that thou may allow my computer to restart. And then you jiggle the power cable and push it in, and then your computer turns on, and you go, oh my gosh, that worked. So then you then go onto forums, and when you see somebody says, my PC won't start, you go, well, here's what you got to do. You got to turn around, and you got to, you know, praise, and then you got to jiggle the cord. But if you understood what was fixing the problem, you knew those other steps were unnecessary, and it was just jiggling the cord. And that's the difference between ritualizing a repair and understanding why. So you've got to ask, what part of that worked? Was every step I took necessary to getting that end result? And the problem with a lot of self-proclaimed technicians and a lot of home users are, I don't know why this works, but it worked. And since it worked for me, I'm going to share that information with you as though it were factual and I understood what I was saying. And then that person does it and it works for them, and it just propagates around, and we continue to devolve as a society because fewer people are taking the time to understand why. So that's what I'm here for. That's my job. I hope to convey the things that I teach in a way that's easy to understand using common analogies. And some real hardcore nerds have a problem with that because sometimes when you really analyze my metaphors and analogies, they kind of, the more you think about them, the more they sort of lose the likeliness. But that's okay because I'm not trying to turn you into a technician. This is not an A+ certification class. This is about getting you to understand the gist of the technology. And because we cover so much of it, I don't want to spend too much time on any one specific item that may not be of interest to 90% of the people. But if you have an interest in it, then I encourage you to pursue that through books and other videos that may isolate that particular interest you have. If it's about RAM timings and how they work, if it's about motherboard chipsets. We don't really delve too much into that here because most people aren't that interested in delving in that deep. But if you want to delve in deep to any of the subject matter we cover, absolutely, that's the best I can hope for, is that I'm fueling you to pursue that more technical depth on certain subjects that are of interest to you. So anyway, get off my soapbox. Got that off my chest. Randall Doms contributed $2. He says, hey, I love your show. Hey, thank you, Randall. Let's see what we got here. Thomas Robinson's contributed £2. Thank you, Thomas. And Bear Paws contributed £2. Can I use an i9-9900K on the H370 HD3 motherboard? Yes. Yes, you can. You can't overclock it, but you could certainly use it on all the socket 1151s. In fact, what you can do is you can go to Google and type in H370 HD3, and the first link that comes up will be Gigabyte's product page. It should be the first link. And if you click on the support link, not the one at the top of the page, but the one lower down for the product, there'll be a tab, it'll say drivers, it'll say, manuals, and then there's one that says CPU support. Every motherboard by every motherboard manufacturer has this. And you can look down and see what CPUs that specific motherboard supports. Know that that's assuming you have the latest BIOS on the board. If you don't have the latest BIOS, like let's say, for example, this motherboard in this box right here is an older BIOS, I will not be able to see this i7-9700K. If you want to be able to see that chip, I'll have to put in an older chip temporarily, just enough time to flash the BIOS to the latest version. And you may not have an older chip laying around. You may have to contact the manufacturer and send the board back and have them do it for you. On AMD, this is a bigger problem because their AM4 sockets, people praise how they're, you can buy a current model AM4 socketed CPU and it'll work on a board from 2 or 3 years ago. But the problem is you better make sure you've got the latest BIOS or it's not going to work. So AMD offers a little BIOS flash kit, which is like an old CPU and I think a heatsink. And they think they take a credit card information, so in case you decide not to send it back. But it's their little BIOS flash kit. And they'll send it to you, you can flash your BIOS, and then you send it back to them, and then they won't charge your credit card. Now, Intel doesn't offer anything like that I'm aware of. If anybody knows of it, then if there is such a thing, please let me know, but I don't think there is. You would have to either borrow somebody's chip or take it to a place like my place where I could do that for you. It takes all of about 4 minutes. It's really no big deal. If you want to avoid that scenario, if you don't want it to be a potential because you can't deal with it or you don't want to deal with it, then buy a motherboard specifically for that chip. So in the case of an i9-9900K, you'd want a 390 chipset board. Any 390 chipset board will already have the BIOS right from the day it left the factory that will work with that chip. Now all these H370 HD3s I've been ordering have all had the latest BIOS update. The latest BIOS update is F14 and it was out 6 months ago. 6 months ago that BIOS was out. That's the last BIOS. So if you get a brand new board that doesn't have F14, that board is 6 months, it's older than 6 months. That means it's been sitting on a shelf for over half a year before you bought it. Now that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it means whoever you bought it from isn't moving much inventory. But if you buy from Amazon or Newegg, at least here in the States, I can tell you you're going to get the latest BIOS because if you're buying directly from them and not from a third-place seller. What do they call it? A third-party marketplace seller. You don't know many of them. We don't know who they are, right? They've got a name, but we never heard of them. We don't know how much inventory they're moving and where they source their inventory from. Maybe they bought it from someplace that had it for 6 months. In the worst case scenario, say you get the board, it's not recognizing the chip, it won't boot. That's what's going to happen. That'll be the symptom. Just nothing happens. The power comes on, the fans turn, and nothing happens. That's when you know you need a BIOS update, probably, if you're messing around with the latest chip with an older motherboard. And you could always send the motherboard back to Amazon or Newegg and get a refund, and then purchase, a more modern motherboard if that's what you want to do. Or, like I said, you can update the BIOS by putting an older chip in. However you go about doing that, it only needs to be in there for a couple of minutes, and then at that point you'll never have to worry about that ever again. So those are your caveats. Sharon Idles contributed £2, says it's dosh time. Thank you, Sharon. Right on. Michael Collis has contributed £4.99. Says, hey, Kerry, I hope you're having a good day. Have a Coke on me. You know, I'm going to need one here, aren't I? So when we talk about flashing the BIOS, there's this really old school belief from the 90s that says, well, I'll only do it if there's a problem. Well, you must not be in business doing computer repair, because that's a quick way to go out of business. When you have customers that are unable to work or are impacted by a security exploit that has now created a mess on their network and shut their business down, you will probably lose your job very, very quickly, because I would fire you if you did that to my business. But what you choose to do with your own computer at home is your choice. If you don't want to get vaccinated, if you want to wait until you get sick and then go, I guess I'll go get my vaccination, I just can't get on board with that bizarre mentality. But that's your right. It's your right to choose the things you want to do in life and the consequences that you'll pay. But there are reasons why we update the BIOS that are beyond, when you talk about experiencing a problem, you have to understand some of these problems may shut your whole system down and erase all your data or corrupt it. That is going to be a lot harder to fix after a BIOS update. It's not going to fix your data. So BIOS updates will add features, for example, like we talked about, being able to be more compatible with CPUs. And this was critical when the AMD Ryzen series came out, because they had very little RAM that worked with Ryzen chips at the beginning. And through BIOS updates, they started to become more and more compatible with other variances of RAM from other manufacturers. Made the system much easier to build, a lot less frustrating. BIOS updates also fix security exploits. So we talk about Spectre, Meltdown, and all these other countless exploits that will continue for eternity. But hey, it's not going to happen to me, so I don't have to worry about it. And then BIOS updates may add features. You might, for example, on an older BIOS, on an older system, be introduced to UEFI. And that opens up a whole bunch of new opportunities for features and compatibility. So waiting until you have a problem, to me, is sort of like saying, I'm not going to go to the doctor for a checkup regularly. I'll wait until I feel sick and then I'll go. That doesn't really work out well for people, especially with certain diagnoses, right? Some illnesses could have been treated if they were spotted before there were any symptoms. And likewise is true for computers. But again, if you don't want to go to a doctor, I can't make you, and it's not my consequences, because you aren't paying me. There's this really weird phenomenon that if I give you gold for free, many people will see that it has no value. But I give you dog crap with a price of $10,000 on it, people will go, oh man, I wish I had some dog crap. There's this really weird philosophy, not a philosophy, it's a frame of mind or a perspective that when you're offered something for free, it has less value than something that has a price tag. What makes a Rolex worth $25,000? It's a quality product, but is it really worth that extraordinary price? Why is it that a Timex is worth so much less than a Rolex? There are arguments to be made where people see value where other people don't see it. And in a similar manner, if somebody hands you something, like I'm giving you information and I'm sharing with you 30 years of experience, and there is this fight for dominance, which seems to exist all throughout all animal life on this planet, where people feel a need to come in and establish their dominance, even though they're not paying anything, everybody's equally invited, and they want to make it clear to everybody what their dominant position is, even though they're a guest. So I'm still struggling with the philosophy of what I'm dealing with on this side of the camera, working with the general public. And I will crack this nut and I will find a solution. I will figure out a way to deal with it. But in the meantime, I don't tell you what to do, right? I work as a technician. I'm not a hobbyist, I'm not an enthusiast, which is what most YouTube channels are. And I want to share with my viewers who care, who are interested, what it's like to work as a technician and to have accountability, responsibility, and liability for all of your actions to a third party who may sue you, who may put you out of business, or you might put yourself out of business by biting off more than you can chew, over-promising and under-delivering because you're a small business and you can only do so much and you have a very small budget you got to stay within, with tight profit margins, very tight, because you've got to remain competitive in the space. So you've got to figure out a way on how to work efficiently where you don't have to keep going back and fixing things, because customers don't like the inconvenience of being down. You aren't going to like giving away work for free, driving to a customer's location, taking time out of your day that could be using to help a new customer, taking away billable hours for warranty hours, which is not only bad for your business in the sense of how much money you can make that day or that week or that month or ultimately that year, but it might also result in losing that customer who said, you can't seem to get this right and you're costing me too much downtime, which is now costing me money. So all the big, sort of the real big YouTube tech channels, they're just hobbyists. They're just people hanging out and just having fun. And a lot of what they do is not practical and therefore is not sustainable in a business. So my motivation behind doing what I do is to show you what it's really like in the hopes that the light will come on and you'll get it. And that if you want to be a technician, you will be far better prepared with practical knowledge versus having, can I do this? Well, why would you want to? I don't know, because I can. Nobody in business does that. You can't sustain a business that way. Everything has a purpose, everything has a reason why, everything has a budget, everything has not only a financial budget, but a time budget. And if you're running your own business and you are working for another business, you've got to deal with your own time and budget, and you got to deal with their time and budget, and you got to deal with your responsibilities to pay your bills and to do the things you said you were going to do, and you got to deal with with what they said to their customers they were going to do, and you have to make that possible. That's why they hired you. So you're taking on all of this responsibility on your shoulders. But in exchange for that, you've got all the freedom to make all these decisions. And when you have people, just strangers on the internet, telling you how to make those decisions, it's like taking diet advice from somebody who's fatter than you are. My advice? Don't take any diet advice from somebody fatter than you. Don't take investment advice from somebody who doesn't have as much money as you have. Don't do it, man. I'm telling you. I had a strange thing happen the other day. It was really weird. I was out, my phone beeped, and I looked, and it says, Logan Paul wants to connect with you. I was like, really? Is that real? Yeah, it was real. So I hit connect, and I thought, man, so I may have to explain who Logan Paul is to people who aren't younger. He's probably one of the most successful YouTubers in the history of YouTube, financially. He's been on numerous TV shows as a result of his YouTube fame. His brother Jake Paul, both together, I don't know what their combined net worth is. It's crazy. I think he's got 33 million subscribers. I don't know how many Jake has. If Logan wants to give me some YouTube advice, I'm listening. If Joe Schmo in the chat room wants to tell me, and Joe Schmo doesn't have a YouTube channel, not interested. I was hoping there was a reason why Logan was reaching out. Maybe he'd want to do something cooperative with me. Maybe we could collaborate on something. But I think he was just connecting to connect. So I said, hey, Logan, hope you're doing well. And he said, hi, Carrie, thanks. And that was the end of that. So I don't know. I was hoping there was more to it. I was really hoping for more of the story. Because a shot in the arm from Logan would do my channel wonders for new viewers. But I'm still flattered and I'm honored that somebody that high up can see this far down and recognize me. That was really cool. And it's different when you consider the source, right? How I feel about acknowledgement from people who are doing better than I am. Those are the people I really want to hear advice from. So in any event, it's interesting. We'll see what tomorrow brings, and maybe something will come of that in the long run. I don't know, but it was just kind of cool and unexpected. I'm just looking through the chat room here. I just triple checked the H370 HD3. The latest BIOS is F13. Let me double check, because look, I'm unscripted, I'm live, and I'm running off my brain, and I'm doing 8 million things at once. Let's take a quick look and confirm. We'll go to Google, just like I told you how to do this, H370 HD3. And it helps if I type it right. There's no such thing as a GD3. Kerry, what are you doing, man? HD3. There it is. First link on Google that comes up is gigabyte.com. I click on the support link and go to downloads under BIOS. It says the latest BIOS is F14. I don't know, Russ. I don't know what you're looking at, but there it is. Right there on Gigabyte's website. Plain as day. I remembered it correctly. It came out June 27th, 2019. So, there's no other source for BIOS updates. If you're getting them anywhere else, I don't know where it is. But if you're getting them from Gigabyte for this specific product, you should see what I'm seeing. Now, F13 is the BIOS update that supports 9th generation Intel chips. So I guess if you have F13 and above, so anything F13 or anything bigger than F13, then the i9 series of chips that are socket 1151 should work just fine in the H370 HD3. Take a breath. I got a million things I want to say. Daniel McAndrews contributed $5. Glenn Davies has contributed $2 Australian. He says, I'm going to make my attempt now. See you soon. Attempt to what? Oh, fixing his BCD? I don't know. Rydia 704 contributes £2. He goes, here's a quick tips idea. Update BIOS with USB flashback. USB flashback is a feature only available on certain high-end motherboards from ASUS. Other manufacturers, as far as I know, don't offer it, or if they do, it's not called flashback. As far as I know, that's a trademark name from ASUS. I'm trying to make videos that appeal to at least 80% of the viewers, and I would say fewer than 10% of the viewers would apply to that video. Instead, I would suggest you just type in update USB, or how to update your BIOS through USB flashback, and I think you'll find numerous other YouTube videos on that subject have already been done. And I'm also trying to do things differently than other channels. I don't want to do what's already been done unless I feel like it wasn't done good, like to a way I can understand it. Then I'll do it. I'll redo it in a level that I could understand if I were the one watching the video. But for the most part, I like to make original content that nobody else has ever done. Like this hardware configuration. I don't think you'll find this hardware configuration anywhere else on YouTube. There's plenty of people building computers, but it's the hardware configuration that determines how good of a computer that is and for how long and how reliable. But thank you for the contribution. I think I missed a couple other contributions. Let me just take a quick gander. I think we're caught up, right? Michael Collis contributed £4.99. Says, hey, Kerry, hope you're having a good day. Have a Coke on me. I think I got that one already, but just in case. We've got 1,115 people watching live. Welcome in, everybody. And Madi Yoel just contributed $2. Thank you, Madi. And thanks to Daniel McAndrew and Glenn Davies, of course, and Rydia 704 for your contributions and support and keeping me sponsor-free here. Robin says, I tune in mainly to hear Kerry's rants. Well, you picked a good day. Art Awesome has contributed $5. He says, starting my carry fix for the day. I don't know what that word is after that, but thank you for the contribution. James says, Carrie, do you trust Google Home or Amazon Alexa? No, I don't even trust you. No, absolutely not. When it comes to technology, one thing you're going to learn about me real quick, I don't trust any automation, none at all. You just can't rely on it. It needs constant supervision. It needs to be constantly monitored and audited. And a lot of people, they set up their automation and they don't think anything of it, and there can be trouble. Like never emptying your browser cache, that can add up to having a hard drive that's so full that Windows crashes all the time without memory errors. So I don't like automation at all, not at all, not a fan. And if I do implement automation, it's very minimal and it is constantly monitored. I need another Coke and I think we can get started. Today's build was going to be very similar to, like I said, numerous, there's been about 2 or 3 other builds that are utilizing mostly the same parts. When it comes to picking your RAM for your build, it really doesn't matter much these days. The RAM I've picked here is 3200 speed, but we don't need that. There's 2 sticks of 16 gigs for a total of 32. It's DDR4. And what we experience a lot on the internet are these, what I would call extremists. And these extremists are giving you their extreme advice. But if you're not an extremist, and chances are you're not if you're getting advice on the internet, this advice does not apply to you. It would be like you're looking for a pair of winter boots, and some guy who's going to Mount Everest to reach the summit, or who's already done it, recommends these $10,000 boots. Now, do you need a pair of boots that expensive that can accomplish the summit of Mount Everest? Or is it that you're just looking for a good quality pair of boots to get you through the Michigan winter? You've got to consider the source of the advice. So we're going to go right back to this again. Don't take any diet advice from somebody who's fatter than you. Also, there's a lot of people offering advice who are just parroting, like a parrot, or repeating, and not necessarily accurately, what they heard from somebody else who did it, but they, the person offering you the answer to your question for advice, all they've done is live vicariously through the internet and have done nothing, which leads me to never let anybody tell you how to do something when they themselves have done nothing. And how do you know? How do you know on the internet how to differentiate a poser from somebody with actual experience? And how do you differentiate that person with actual experience is not offering you over-the-top, overkill advice to overspend and overcomplicate a very potentially simple and inexpensive and quick answer that you're looking for? How do you know? Because if you knew the answer to that, you probably wouldn't be asking the advice. You'd already know the answer. And these are the precautions one needs to take on the internet. And if you don't, well, it's only going to be to your downfall. It has no impact on me whatsoever. But the best I can do is just advise you that you don't know in most cases where the advice is coming from. It's very important that I let my viewers know my full real name. You can Google me. You can see I've published books. I've worked as an instructor at the college. I have worked as a nationwide radio talk show host. And there's going to be a number of people that go, well, wow, this guy's got an ego. No, I'm simply trying. Well, hold on. Yeah, maybe I do have an ego. Regardless of that, you're missing the point. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you some basis on why you should listen to me versus Fly Guy 23, right? Somebody says, well, just because I don't use my real name doesn't mean I don't. Yes, it does. That's exactly what it means. You're a coward. It means that there's no verifiable way to ensure that the information you're giving me is from a reputable source. And there's a reason why you won't use your real name. And if you're not willing to use your real name, I'm not willing to take your advice because I want to be able to Google you. I want to see who you are and what makes you qualified to offer said advice. So that being said, make whatever decisions you want. It has no impact on my life one way or the other. But I want you to have a positive experience. And I want you to use the internet in a way that's going to result more times than not in the end result we all want, which is, in the case of asking for advice, to get some useful information in return. The best advice, I think, would be to look up the specifications of each item and compare them on your own, and then decide based on warranty, cost, availability, and your needs and expectations what is the right choice for you. There is no such thing as best. There just isn't. What's best for you may be junk to somebody else. One man's trash is another man's treasure, blah, 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 blah. So, yep, Fly Guy 23 is back at it. He's out there just, and people like to mess with people. There's this whole issue of dominance. I don't understand it. People, they will bully. They will see how gullible you are, and all it is establishing dominance. That's all they're doing. So be very cautious of people's motivations online. Done with that. All right, let me just rinse out my glass, and refill my Coke, and let's get some work done today. Thank you for everybody who's contributed. Hello to my friends in blue, everybody there. Jonathan Fenzanelli, Stephen Bernstein, Jay Toy, Russ Martin, and Z Hammer, Alhash Tepej, Sherry McFarland, Wallace Benaway, Malix 482, Jai Tesh, Stealth Mode, Samuel Ramos, Zero Core. Welcome in, my friends. Welcome in. My goal is to turn everybody blue, right? All you got to do is not be a jerk. Come here often, Participate in the chat. Be friendly. No need to establish dominance. Attempts to establish dominance in my chat room are going to get you kicked out. So I'm sure we can evolve past what dogs do, can't we? Can't we? Well, maybe some of us can. All right, got my ice. A little too much ice. There's 7 less. That's better. Oh, God. Losing my mind. All right. Some ASMR. Some people think I'm sponsored by Coke. It's the other way around. I sponsor them. They've made a lot of money from me. Robert says, I really enjoy your shows, Mr. Holzman. Well, thank you, Robert. My dad is Mr. Holzman. I'm Carrie. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for joining me. Oh, see, here we go. Here's somebody trying to establish dominance. Bye-bye. So what we do here is we're friendly and supportive to each other. And when people don't understand something, instead of criticizing, they should ask questions so they could better understand it. And then they could, not be a jerk because of their apparent ignorance. The problem with ignorance is they're not aware of what you don't know what you don't know. So it results in banning a lot of people who just are raised, I don't know, they don't get it. So we won't waste any time with them. Now I have to take a little break because it sounds like I got some landscapers that were supposed to be here before 2 o'clock, and it's already 3 o'clock and they've decided to show up now. That's a different problem I got to deal with. I said, if you're going to be here, make sure you're done by 2 o'clock. They said, okay. And they just now showed up at 3 o'clock. So I got to deal with that. Hold on, I'm going to put you guys on a short intermission and I'll be back. All right, guys, I'm going to need you to hang tight just a little bit as we wait for these guys to finish what they've started. But in the meantime, I'll continue talking until the noise gets too loud, because they're going to be just outside of the other side of the windows over here, and it's going to get really, really loud. So just temporarily, we will go to another intermission, and I'm not going to start this until they're done. They usually take about 15, 20 minutes. So in the meantime, because the noise is a little quieter because they're out front, I will tell you this is another reason I want a studio, because this problem goes away. These guys are supposed to be here on Fridays. They're supposed to be here every other Friday. They were supposed to be here last Friday. They didn't show up. They don't call. They don't text. They were called. They were told to be here today. Anytime before 2 o'clock, they showed up at 3 o'clock. So I've just about had it with them. On the other hand, if I get myself in a studio, this is a problem that goes away. So I'm working on that. I'm supposed to have a tour tomorrow, I think. I've got to verify that. And as I mentioned, I've got the AMD 3950X build coming up, which is going to be probably about a $3,000 computer. You could build 3 of these for the price of what that 3950 is going to cost to put together. And that will have the Silverstone PF240 liquid cooler, RGB liquid cooler, as well as the Be Quiet Pure Base 600 windowed case is what that's going to go in. I don't know if I made up my mind on which power supply I'm going to use. I've got a 1,000-watt power supply sitting in my office, brand new in a box. Maybe I'll just put it in there. It's overkill. For graphics, we're going to put in an RTX 2080. And for storage, a Crucial MP600 2 terabyte PCIe 4 Gen 4 solid state drive. We'll check out what the performance difference is with that PCIe 4. So that's going to be a fun build. I'll get Mitch over here to be my cameraman, so we get some nice close-ups, and we'll just be a static camera the whole time, which is useful. And then, of course, following that, sometime very soon, the Xenos build is coming up. That's going to be a pretty big deal. That's about a $6,000 computer that'll have a 2080 Ti in it, along with a $2,000 Xenos G3 bellet aluminum case. Very unique case with a 7-inch color screen built into the front of it and a see-through Blu-ray drive vertically mounted in the front. Completely custom made, completely CNC machined from solid blocks of aluminum. It's an incredible case that deserves to have incredible parts. It'll be maxed out with 64 gigs of Trident Royal RGB RAM, and we'll have a Samsung 970 Pro Plus, no, 970 Evo Plus, 2 terabyte drive. I'm thinking about putting 2 of those in there and trying a RAID 0 array, but it's very expensive. I think this motherboard is the Maximus 11 Gene. It's a micro ATX board for Z390 for the 9900KS limited edition processor from Intel. And the cooler we're going to use is a Kraken X62, which is a 280 millimeter, not a very common size, 280. And in order to fit that into the Xenos case, there has to be a custom fabricated part made, which just arrived. And it'll be the only place on the internet where you will be able to see this. So I'm really excited to offer this up. For those of you who've been following the channel for a while, you know that I've been trying to do this build for about 4 years. It was originally going to be an X99. Those parts that were purchased are now in use in the video editing machine that my sister's using to put together like the quick tips and these really cool intros and stuff that she's making. All that's being done on those parts, which were too obsolete to use in this case now. But they are being put to use in the channel, for the channel. And then I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4 builds coming up for customers. And I'm almost at a point where I have to start asking people, what I can't take on any more work yet. I'm not there, but I'm nearly there. It'll be the first time that's really happened where I have to say, I can't take on any more work for a couple of weeks until I get caught up. That's kind of a good problem to have. But people do tend to be a bit impatient. So if I have to tell somebody they have to wait, there's a good chance they won't come back. And I hate the idea of saying no. And worse, I hate the idea of losing an opportunity to to make a new customer, potentially for life. But there's only one of me, and there's only so many hours in the day, and I don't know what this. All of a sudden, everybody wants to order, but it's a good problem to have, and I'm pretty much right at my limit right now. In about 4 weeks, I should be caught up if everything goes well. Now, the Xenos G3, or the Xenos G3 as it's pronounced, that won't be available for sale. That'll always be a showpiece that we'll showcase here, along with Threadripper, which sits in my back office. I'm going to pull the RAM out of Threadripper, replace that with some Trident Royal Z. In fact, we're going to use the Royal RGB RAM on the AMD build, on the Nuka-Cola build, on the Xenos build, and on the upgraded streaming computer. We'll put it, am I going to put it in the, now I can't remember. I bought a lot of it. I think I've got 9 sticks of it, 16 gigs each. And however many slots a motherboard has, that's how much of it it's getting. There will be no empty slots for memory on the AMD build, or on the Xenos build, or on Nuka-Cola, or on Thready. Thready's going to take 8 sticks. No, is that right? Yeah, Thready will take 8 sticks of it. So that's 4 packages, and I think I've got 9 packages of it. And I will film all of it. I still have the streaming computer upgrade. That's a Ryzen 9, that's a box sitting back here. Ryzen 9 3900. Right now, I'm going to have to pause this because it's getting loud. But right now, the streaming computer that I'm broadcasting to you on is a Ryzen 7 2700X that was upgraded from a 1700. So we're going to replace that chip with the 3900. I don't think it's going to make any difference in anything, but I've got a rendering project that took 31 minutes to render, and after I change out the chip from the 2700X to the 3900X, I will rerun the same render project again and see if it still runs at 31 minutes. I got a feeling it's not going to make any difference. And that's why I emphasize to you, there's no such thing as the best, right? The way I use this computer for streaming, I don't need anything that powerful. But that being said, I'm curious, and I'd like to share the expense and the lessons with you so you don't have to learn it on your own at your expense to find out you spent way too much than you needed to accomplish whatever it is you need to do because some random stranger on the internet told you that's what you needed. So we're back to that whole thing. There's no such thing as best. It's like going to a restaurant and saying what's the best thing on the menu. Ask 5 different people and you'll get 5 different answers. Go to your salon and get your hey. We're back to an intermission. All right, guys, I don't know what these guys are doing now because now all the work is stopped. They have not even entered the backyard, and I think he's out there talking on his phone. So what I may end up doing is we'll bring in the camera on a close-up as I start to prep the motherboard here, and if they start to get loud with the equipment, I will just mute the microphone and continue to work without volume. A lot of what I'm doing is just the same exact stuff I did on the previous build video and the one before that, and I think the one before that. As I mentioned, this combination of parts, the H370 HD3 is a board that sells for about $100. The 9700K is 10%, more than 10% faster than a 9700, and it's about $400 for that processor. And regardless, we don't want the stock fan that comes with the i7. It's too loud. It's fine in an i3 or an i5, but on the i7, in my opinion, it's inadequate. So we'll be using, of course, the Scythe Mugen 5, which you've seen me use at least 25 times in previous videos. I don't think everything has to be re-explained again. You can go back and watch some of my previous content. So let's start by prepping the board. I'm going to go ahead and move the camera closer. I'm going to move this power supply out of the way because that's the only thing going into the case apart from the I/O shield. So case prep can wait, and we'll start with the good stuff. And as I mentioned, if you start hearing the landscaping equipment getting loud, I'm going to hit the mute button, and the sound's going to go away, but I'll keep a close-up on my hands on the work because I can't wait for these guys to figure out what they're deciding to do. Apparently, they've got all day. I don't. So once again, for everybody who's like, you need to stay in the kitchen, we like your kitchen, I'm also expecting deliveries from UPS, FedEx, and Amazon, none of which has come yet. So as soon as we get dealing with the landscapers, then I'm going to hear ding dong, and the dogs are going to bark again. And they all don't show up at once, you know. 10 minutes later, FedEx will be by, and, you know, and so on and so forth. So it's starting to really grate on my nerves trying to get something done live on camera and having these constant interruptions. So I appreciate your patience as we go through it, and I appreciate the people that enjoy the kitchen. And they'll say, well, if you go into a studio, we'll miss the kitchen. But you know what you won't miss? These intermissions and interruptions that are occurring because I'm working out of the kitchen. So anyway, just sharing my frustrations with you. Let's get the camera moved. Urgh. This is my virtual Mitch. We'll just put that right down there. We can zoom it in a little bit. That ought to be good. Had a couple of contributions I've missed. Let me address those real quick here. Thomas Robinson's contributed £3. Jerry Watson's contributed $2. Says, thank you for sharing your knowledge, Carrie. Thank you, Jerry. Oh, it's not letting me scroll back far enough. John Yasuda's contributed $20. Says, Happy New Year. Have some chicken wings tonight on me. Enjoying the stream so far. Thank you, John. Psycho Killa 25 contributes £2. What's your opinion on thermal pads for CPUs? I think they're overpriced. They cause your CPU to run too hot. And they're fixing a problem nobody has. The CPU pads, these little thermal pads that sit on your CPU, are reusable. So if you're constantly taking your heatsink off, I don't know why you'd be doing that, but if you're the kind of person who does that, you'll probably find the thermal pads make your life a little easier than having to clean and reapply thermal paste. But if you're like most regular people and you build your own computer, you will apply your thermal paste once and you will never deal with it again for numerous years. Also, you will get better cooling through thermal paste, and thermal paste will cost you less money. So if you want to spend more, get less for the convenience of setting down a pad versus smearing a paste, well, you go right ahead and do that. I think that catches me up. Thanks you guys so much for supporting the channel, of course. And I think one just came in. Yeah, Past Me has contributed €5. Thank you so much. Hello to, looks like Mitch has joined us, Pete Unwin, Daniel Skinner. Welcome in, everybody. Robert Spoor, Rich Robbins. Thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging in there. Today's been a little bit challenging. Landscapers are still here and not doing anything. Now I think they're doing it on purpose. All right, let's start. These are the parts we're using. I can't do this with the dog. Hey, hey, I got it. Okay, so it looks like they're starting back up. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this a little differently today because of the noise. I'm going to do this without audio, and then maybe in the edit we'll fill it with some music, or you can put on some music that you enjoy. Imagine what it's like to be hard of hearing. Imagine to be hearing impaired. What's life like for those people? Well, you're going to get to experience that today as we build a computer without audio. All right, so a couple of things. You guys got a little taste of what I have to deal with when I get the same questions over and over and over and over, and over again. And it's funny to me how annoyed you are by it. Welcome to my world. I hope now you have a little more sympathy for me when I complain about repeating myself over and over again. Secondly, it looks like I have one landscaper here, and it's one guy. So instead of a 20-minute job, this looks like it's going to be an hour. Third, I don't want to put the top of the heatsink on because I want to go ahead and mount this motherboard into the case and finish case prep. So I'm going to cut audio again, obviously, the landscaper's working out there. I wanted to point out that although the RAM says it's for Ryzen, there's no such thing as RAM for Ryzen. It's like when you buy a keyboard, it says, Windows 10 compatible. Every keyboard ever made for a computer is Windows 10 compatible. This is a marketing tactic, hoping that people who don't know any better will choose this RAM over competitors because they're building a Ryzen and therefore it'll work with it. That to me is sad that marketing companies take advantage of people's ignorance, but it will work just fine in this Intel system. I will repeat again for the 8 millionth time that this board, although it's 8th gen, it is explained how it will work with a 9th gen chip. But again, people are trying to establish dominance in the chat room, failing really, really badly because they can't do something as simple as read the video notes or to even listen to what I said earlier. They jump in the middle of something, they don't bother to get caught up, and they immediately want to try and establish dominance. I don't know if they realize that's what they're doing, but it's really starting to get under my skin because it's so, I don't know, it's what I see dogs do, and it just kind of tells me this person is more like a dog, it just bothers me. But I'm so glad that you guys got a taste of having to constantly repeat yourself to people who come in and said there's no audio, because again, they can't be bothered to catch up. They jump in the middle of something, and then there's constant people coming and going into the stream, and it's an endless array of repeating yourself. So I will continue to work with the audio off here because of this noise. The guy is just right outside my window with his weed whacker there, so it's really annoying to be bombarded with all of this external distraction coming from the chat room, the dogs, the landscapers, when I'm trying to focus on getting a job done. So bear with me, today's a rough day. Maybe in editing we'll come up with a clever way to put some music to this. I advise you to go listen to some of your favorite music, combine it with some of these cool visuals, and we'll have our own little music video. All right, we're going to mute again here. Okay, guys, landscapers are finally done, and I was able to get the motherboard mounted, and I've got the motherboard power connector, the 24 pin and the 8 pin on in that corner, which is why I did not put the heatsink on just yet. And as you notice, I forgot to put that little standoff in there, which again isn't required, but I've got these little standoffs, I might as well use them, and it adds a little extra support, even though it's not really needed. It doesn't hurt to have it. Imagine the next time you run into somebody who's hearing impaired, that they go through their whole life without audio, and maybe feel a little more courteous towards them and patience towards them. If you, when you talk to somebody hearing impaired, always look them directly in the eye so that they may read your lips if they're capable of that. It's not like you may necessarily be able to ask them. And, it doesn't hurt to learn a little bit of ASL. Even something simple like thank you is just thank you. It's real easy. Show a little common courtesy to your fellow human beings. They got to go through their whole life like that. And you just endured, about 20 minutes of it. And a lot of you were very disappointed and thought that the quality of the video wasn't as good without audio. First of all, thank you. That's a compliment to me, I guess, that you like to hear me ramble on. But secondly, I want you to just take a moment and think about the people who go through life with limited or no hearing at all. And show them a little more patience and courtesy, because if you had to do that, it's not like they have a choice. So food for thought. And it looks like Lyle is ready for a box. Is this what you want? You want this box? You crazy dog? Are you a cat? Well, do something with it. You got it. Take it. Take it. Yeah, he's certainly part clown, if nothing else. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is just wire tie this rear fan, because the fan header on this Gigabyte board is way up in that corner, and I want to take care of it. He cracks me up. He's just tearing it apart. You tearing it up, boy? Oh, more boxes. Better tear those up too. Crazy dog. This camera does not have a neck like an owl. You can't go all the way over there. I can't film you over there. Crazy dog. Oh, found another one. Did that one almost get away? Or you better teach it a lesson. Oh, look at all the dust on that shelf. Why don't you use some of that fur and dust off these shelves? Oh, I got the look. All right, so, sorry. See, that distraction is welcome. I'll take that distraction any day. I need to get those in the recycle bin, so tear them up for me, would you? Shred those for me, boy. Save me a little work. Earn your rent. So yeah, let me get a couple nylon zip ties on that rear case fan. We'll get that hooked up, and we can put the heatsink on, and we can do front port umbilicals, and we're done. We can start to do our test fire, assuming that that works okay, and I'm sure it will. We can install Windows. Crazy dog, crazy boy. Get those boxes. Oh good, another distraction. All right, time to apply a thermal compound. For that, I do it a little differently than what you may find on the hobbyist and enthusiast channels here, because I have to support this, you know. I'm the one who's going to get the phone call if anything goes wrong. So I do it my way, and you're welcome to do it any way you want, unless I have to support you. All right, now I'm going to just apply, the typical grain size, whatever. I use a nitrile glove, not a rubber glove and not a latex glove. I like the thinnest glove possible so I can feel how much paste is going on there. Might have put a little too much on, but that's okay because I can use some of the other clean fingers. It'll just come off on the finger of the glove rather than on my fingers, because it can be hard to get off. And I just tap on it to give it little hills and valleys that'll keep those little air bubbles from coming up. Not that those even matter, but it does kind of shut down an imaginary problem that people on the internet think they've got. And that's pretty much how I apply my thermal compound. We get a nice zoom in on that, and you can see that we have full IHS coverage. It's sort of like finger paint, so you don't want to be able to read anything on the CPU. Keep all of the extra on the glove, and then we can just turn the glove inside out when we take it off so that we don't get that stuff all over the place, because it's messy and it's hard to get off. So now it's ready for the heatsink to go on top of that. And for that, there's a little bit of plastic over the base. And that's to keep this free of any dirt or fingerprints, oils from your skin. So it's important that you peel this off and wait until you're ready to install it so that it doesn't collect any dust or anything. Not that it will, ultimately it'll still work no matter what, but it just works better the cleaner it is, the free, it would keep it free of any contamination, and it'll improve its efficiency of heat transfer. But at the end of the day, when you're building a consumer-based computer, I could probably lick that. It wouldn't be healthy, but ultimately the CPU will still run within its engineered temps, and most likely. We want to give it the opportunity to best utilize the equipment that we've spent our hard-earned money on. So ideally, we do this right. We don't have to buy some extraordinarily expensive thermal compound that extreme overclockers use to set world records. That's for them, that's not for the rest of us. So whatever thermal compound comes with your cooler, or if you just want to buy some cheap Arctic Silver stuff, all of that is all going to pretty much cool your consumer-based chip equally. But again, don't believe me if you don't want to. It's your money, and if you want to buy that expensive stuff, don't let me stop you. Now, I have to lay this flat because it's very difficult to mount this heatsink because of its weight if the computer were sitting upright. And so when I bring Mitch over, he'll film it, from the top down. I like putting this on the motherboard when it's out in the box so you guys can see it, but then that makes it hard to cable this particular motherboard in this particular case with that particular power supply with this in the way. So with the combination of parts, the build process may go in a different order, but I've got numerous other videos that detail the installation of this cooler. I think there's about 25 other videos that detail this in different levels of detail. Mitch has already covered this with the camera at least 3 times, so if you want that detail, it does exist in other videos. And I'm just going to set that down. It's going to go, you notice how one screw sticks out on this side? That screw that sticks out goes towards your RAM. And we're going to put that down right over the heatsink. Notice we only apply thermal compound to the CPU, not to the heatsink. If your heatsink comes with thermal compound pre-applied, that's fine. Just don't apply any to your CPU. It's one or the other. Now, using the included screwdriver, I'm going to get these screws started. Just a couple of turns just to get it started. I try and tighten them about equally. That one's come to a dead stop. What I like about these Mugen 5s is they're super easy to install. And when you tighten the screws down for the heatsink, they come to a dead stop. Some will let you keep tightening until you rip the head of the screw off. How do I know that? I've done it. That's not really something to brag about. But that's what it's going to look like when we're done. It's just those 2 screws that put that heatsink on. And now we can attach the fan, and I can go ahead and wire tie that, or zip tie that fan up right now before I put it in. And these are just the nylon zip ties that came included with the case. It looks like they gave us about 6 of those. You're going to need a lot more than 6 to do your cable management. And this is a pretty simple build, but I can assure you this computer will easily be more than adequate to accommodate the needs of the user for probably 8 years. The reason that magic number is 8 is we finally reached a point in hardware and software development where things are sort of plateauing. We can't seem to go any faster. We're just adding bigger caches and more cores, which does people very little good. Maybe 10 or 15% increase from an 8700K to a 9700K, maybe. So it's not a whole lot of benefit to upgrade. And if we look at the Core i3 NUC that I put together in 2013, it's still in use today. It still boots in under 20 seconds. And it's just a Core i3, and it's being used for, browsing the web, bringing up Word documents, checking email. It shows no sign of needing to be replaced. Even though it's a Core i3, it originally had Windows 7. It was upgraded to Windows 10, no problem. There have been a few BIOS updates from Intel on it, and it's gotten all of those. And it's had no failures of hardware whatsoever. It's the original parts it was built with still running well today. So given that history, we can assume that if that was a Core i7 that I built in 2013, it would still be rocket ship fast today. That's nearly 7 years ago. It's easy to assume we can get another year and a half out of it with no problems, no foreseeable changes coming that would justify expecting to have to replace that. At this point, I would even suspect 10 years is quite doable. But I'm going to pick 8. If you build a computer like this, if you follow these parts that I'm using today, this power supply only has a 2-year warranty, but it's only like $60. You can spend $120 and get like a 10-year warranty, or you can spend $60, get the 2-year warranty and roll the dice. If you get 4 years out of it and have to buy another one, you just now broke even on the price of the 10-year one, and you'll get another 2 years warranty. That'll take you to 6, and it probably will last longer than 2 years. But the longer the warranty is, probably the better the product is. There's a reason why EVGA offers different warranties at different tiers. It's not the same product with different prices like an extended warranty. The longer warranties come on better products. because they're less likely to need those warranties. That's why they do it. So I'm going to go ahead and put the fan onto the heatsink, and let's get this thing powered up. Let's see, which way is this going to go? It's going to go this way. That's it. So now, just a couple of umbilicals. Let's see, we got our front port audio. Let's get that one out of the way. We can put that. Let's route it. How are we going to do that? Just like this. This power supply happens to be just short enough that we get a little extra hiding space, because normally I have to come into this hole, but because of the short depth of this power supply, I can squeeze it right in there. That helps hide that cable just a little bit more, and I'll take what I can get. And then the front port audio is usually down in the bottom left corner of the board, and on this board, that's exactly where it is. On other boards, it is generally in this vicinity. Could be a little higher up, and you can always check your motherboard manual. And it's really super dark in there. I can't see anything, so let me grab a flashlight here, some glasses so I can see what I'm doing. Let's get that put on. The missing pin is on the bottom. That'll go right on there. Just like that. Right into that corner. As for USB 3, I've got right here. That's a large connector. Nothing looks like it. It's very unique looking. And it only will have, well, some boards will have two places this USB 3 connector can go on. Most boards only have one. Depends on how much you spend on your motherboard. On this board, we just have one place, I think, one there. Yeah, just one, and it's right up here by the power connector. So we can come in either through this hole or through the one down below. Decisions. I think we'll go in on the one down below. I think that'll look better. It only goes in one direction. It's got a little notch on the plug and a notch on the socket, and those line up. I got to rotate it so that it lines up. It only goes in one way. Don't use brute force. Everything should be relatively simple to install. And if you're having to use force, you're probably doing it wrong. So keep that in mind. Finally, we've got the front port umbilical cables to hook up. That's the power switch, reset switch, power LED, and hard drive LED. These all pretty much go into the same place on every motherboard in the last 15 years. And I've got a number of videos that show nice close-up details on where these go. You can always check your motherboard manual. I'm just get this out of the way real quick here. I like to just keep these cables as untangled as possible to make my wire management easier later, or I may end up having to disconnect them, reroute them, or untangle them, and it just slows me down. So I'd rather do it now. It's just a personal preference I have. And let's see, what is this? Power switch and reset switch is right here. don't like the way this power switch is coiled. Not power switch, power LED. Let's straighten that out. Let's go this way with it. We're ready to test fire, guys. That's it. Cheers to another build. This customer will get the screwdriver and the thermal compound will go in with the spare parts for the cooler. And now I need a keyboard, mouse, and a power cord. So here's a keyboard and a mouse. I want to move this whole thing over a little bit because my power cord sometimes has a little issue reaching and it makes my life difficult. And if I move this back on the Lazy Susan, there's enough room for me to put the keyboard up there. The little Wi-Fi dongle for the keyboard and mouse is magnetically attached to the bottom of the mouse. That's pretty commonplace. And the keyboard and mouse I'm using are listed in my Amazon store, as is this Lazy Susan. All of these parts, the screwdrivers, the power tools, the wire cutters, everything that you see on the video is available at my Amazon store. So if you click at the video notes, everything is explained. And if you want to contribute to the channel, just by using my links to take you to Amazon before you make any purchase, I will make a small commission on anything you buy at Amazon. Regardless, if it's my link that took you to Amazon, you don't have to buy that specific item for the link. Any item at all during that browser visit at Amazon is a way to show support for the channel. You can also contribute through Super Chat. You can contribute through PayPal. There's links to all that in the video notes, as well as providing an Amazon gift card, which is a fantastic way to support the channel because PayPal and YouTube take a percentage. YouTube takes 30% of anything you give me on Super Chat and makes me wait up to 60 days, and I can't refund your money. I have no receipt of who gave me what. PayPal gives me the money right away. They take 3%. Amazon will give me the whole amount and give it to me right away. So lots of different ways to support the channel, as well as just sharing the videos on your social media platform. Share them with your friends. That always helps too. There's other ways to support the channel besides money, is all I'm trying to say. It's not just about money. And I want to emphasize that. Let me borrow your monitors at home. I don't have a monitor here to hook up, so I will just use your monitor. We got about 1,005 people watching live right now, so 1,005 monitors ought to get the job done, don't you think? So even this HDMI cable, this is all in my Amazon store if you want to buy the exact things I'm using. We're going to use the built-in graphics on the CPU, and we're doing that because this is an office computer. They don't need to buy a discrete graphics card. They can save $300 for something they don't need. What an amazing thing, that concept that is. The graphics cards are getting better and better, especially on the Ryzens. They're very much improving them. So if you're a light gamer, you could even utilize built-in graphics for that in many cases, depending on the game. Okay, that's plugged in, and now I need power. We don't want to plug in anything else on this computer until we verify what we've done so far is working. Adding other items is just simply going to make life more difficult if it doesn't work. We have to figure out what the problem is. So by minimizing just the bare minimum of components for our first power on, if for any reason it doesn't turn on, we can isolate the problem much, much quicker. Make sure your switch on your power supply is in the off position, safety first. And now I can plug this in and flip the switch to on. And now we'll switch over to your monitor at home. I guess I need this mouse right here. We'll switch over to your monitor, which is right here. And I will reduce myself to a corner. Right about there ought to be good. And here we go. We're going to hit the power switch. Did I flip the switch on? Yeah, switch is on. I'm going to check my LEDs. Power light's on. Rear fan is turning. Front fan is, CPU fan is turning. And hopefully hopefully we'll see something happen here. There we go. There's our first boot. Remember, when it initializes the first time, it may turn off, which it just did, and turn back on. As it's figuring out what RAM you've put in there, what CPU you've put in there, it's turned off twice now. It's basically adjusting the BIOS to the CPU and the RAM we've got in there. And then it's, with those new BIOS settings, restarting again. So I'm not touching anything. The machine is now on its third boot. Just leave it alone until, so we're going to go 4 times, until it's done with this cycle. And it should take us into the BIOS or tell us there's no boot device. Now, for all the people that said a 9th gen CPU wouldn't work in an 8th gen motherboard, I expect you all to be very quiet right now. Here we've got the BIOS where we can check our current BIOS setting by going into where it says System. You'd think you'd go into where it says BIOS, right? I told you F14 from June was the latest. We've already got F14 fresh out of the box. So that means inventory, has been moving pretty good, pretty swiftly through Newegg. If you're buying from a retail store, who knows? A retail store in New York City is going to move through a lot more product than a retail store in Podunk, Idaho. So keep in mind that if you live in a rural area, you might be buying older inventory. If you live in a big city, there's a better chance of getting fresher inventory. That being said, if you get a BIOS that's older, it's no big deal it's just a matter of getting an older chip to put in there. For me, it's not a big deal. I got chips laying around. You will not be able generally to buy a chip and return it. Once you buy a CPU, they are generally not returnable. So don't think you're going to be able to rent a CPU from the retail store, use it to flash your BIOS, and then return it. Chances are they will not take it back. So ideally, you'll find a technical shop or return the motherboard and buy a different motherboard, ideally a different one, because chances are if you buy the same one from the same place, it's going to be just as old. Work with a friend who might have an older chip they let you borrow to get your BIOS updated. Or do what I did and just order from Newegg or Amazon so you get fresher inventory. Otherwise, take your chances. Now, BIOS looks good to me. I'm not going to turn XMP on. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not even going to set the date and time. All I can do right now, well, let me say what I want to do right now is get Windows 10 installed. So I've got a video that shows you how to make a Windows 10 installation media USB flash drive. And we're going to turn the machine off. Just hit the power button. You'll see all the lights went off there. The fans are stopping. I'm going to plug into a blue USB port because this is a fast USB flash drive. And if I plug it into a slower USB port on the back of the computer, then it defeated the whole purpose of buying the faster flash drive. With that flash drive installed and I turn the machine back on, and again, not touching the BIOS, it should automatically boot to that flash drive because it has nothing else it can boot from. It'll try booting from a hard drive. The hard drive that we've installed with a solid state drive has not been partitioned or formatted. It's brand new out of the box, has no OS. So the BIOS is smart enough to go, I can't boot here, I can't boot here, and it's trying every possible device plugged into it. And it will do that unless you go in there and start messing with things. So this is the standard routine on installing Windows 10. I've covered this a number of times, and the only difference is that we've got that Intel 665p solid state drive. And when I say it's different, I just mean as far as performance goes, this is my first experience with that. We'll be installing Windows 10 Pro, and it's going to come up and it's going to ask us where we want to install it. But because we only have one drive, it's only going to offer us one drive, so it makes that decision real easy. That's it right there. So we'll just hit next, and now Windows is going to put 4 partitions, format those partitions, and then it's going to install. All we have to do is sit back, sip our drink, and wait for it to complete. It's pretty simple stuff. And while it's loading, I'll look at the front of the case, make sure my hard drive LED is blinking on and off as the solid state drive is reading and writing. That light should activate, and it is. My power LED is on as well, so that reassures me I have got everything plugged into the right place. While we're waiting, I guess I can put these parts in the box that we're done with for now. Actually, we're done with for quite a while. The screwdriver can go in there. Customer can have that. The extra thermal compound, the customer can have that. And the customer's going to need, you notice I don't use the customer's power cable because I'll never wrap it as neatly as it is when it's new. So I leave that power cable that comes with the power supply. I leave it wrapped up and I just put it in the box. So while we're waiting, Windows 10 will actually install rather quickly. I will not hook up the front case fan on this build because there's no discrete graphics card. There's nothing that needs to be cooled right in this middle part. And anytime you have moving parts like fans, those are the first parts statistically to fail. In order to avoid unnecessary support calls regarding noise, that's generally when the bearings start going out, you get a call about noise. So just because you have a fan doesn't mean you have to use it. If I was putting a graphics card in here, I would definitely hook that fan up. But I'm not, so we're just thinking of that as a spare. If the customer has this rear fan go out, I can instruct the customer to just move this fan over to there and throw that fan out like a spare tire in a trunk. It'd be a good little time and money saver for customers that are willing to do it on their own. And that's, Windows is installed, it's ready for its first reboot. I'm not touching anything, it's going to do everything on its own. Just let it do what it needs to do. Best advice I can give you. See if I've missed any contributions. Yeah, I missed a couple. Irving T's contributed €5. Madi Yoel has contributed $5. Tom Jackson has contributed $7.77. He says, when I can afford it, look for 4 more 7s in your PayPal. Really? Well, that'd be, wow. Thank you, Tom. Madi Yoel, again, at $5. And I think that catches me up with everybody. Thank you guys so much for, again, helping me stay sponsor-free here so I don't have to shove products in your face. If I'm shoving a product in your face, it's because I want to. I'm not getting paid for it. Let's take a look here. Let's see if I've missed any questions. Or if you want, just ask your question again if I didn't see it, because it may have scrolled way past the buffer of what I've got here. And Luke, thank you for posting the link to my Amazon store. I appreciate that. F1 says, if you had the inclination to throw a decent graphics card in there, you got a beast of a gaming rig. This is true. In fact, even this 550 watt power supply is more than enough to power, with this combination of parts, even a 2080 Ti, no problem. I think the most power a graphics card can pull is 300 watts, at least unless you're going to like some, kingpin super overclocked out of the factory bizarre thing. For the most part, if you're buying a boxed normal graphics card of any, whether it's cheap or expensive, just the regular consumer cards, I think 300 watts is the max they can draw between the power connectors and the PCI bus. Where did my live feed go? There it is. All right, United States, US, skip. No internet. No. And we're going to put Joey's name in here. Joey. Next. Next. No. Decline. And we want location. I want to leave location on so it'll set the date and time for me. It'll know, what time zone I'm in, and it'll do that for me. If you turn location settings off, you'll have to set your date and time manually, and you'll have to do that through daylight savings and everything else. But that's the full Windows 10 install right there. And while it's doing that, I guess I'll grab an Ethernet cable so we can hit Windows Update. I really just need to leave an Ethernet cable out here because it seems like I'm doing this constantly now. Should just be part of my tools I have out here. So I recommend when you're doing a new build, don't have yourself plugged into the internet during your Windows 10 install. Do what you want. I'm just saying, I recommend you do it just the way you saw it. If you want to experience everything the way that you've seen it, you have to do things the way that I did it. Okay. I thought that was obvious, but sometimes I guess some things need to be explained. Let's take a look, see if I've missed any questions here. Bruce wants to know if I can throw in a 9400F and still be good for 8 years. It depends on how you want to use the machine. The 9400F is not as powerful. It doesn't have as much performance. But yeah, certainly you could even put an i3 in there if you want to. Whether or not how long it'll be good for depends on how you use it. This computer can be used for some pretty intense business tasks with multiple windows open, lots of windows open, and still fly and do it perfectly silently, stay nice and cool, and has lots of headroom. That's the benefit of having the K processor. That being said, use whatever processor is right for you. I don't know you, so I can't tell you which one's good for you. But I can tell you that this configuration has been the most popular configuration that I have designed based on the number of people that are ordering them for me. And I would be more than happy with a machine just like this for my office, or even as a gaming machine. 32 gigs of RAM, a terabyte or 2 terabytes of fast NVMe storage, and you're basically right around the $1,000 range on a case that's easy to work on, well constructed, is going to run nice and cool. Again, very, very quiet. You don't have to spend extra money for a sound dampening case. It's not needed because we don't have any sound to dampen. With a good power supply, we're not cutting any corners. We're not buying the best. We're not buying the worst. We're right in that middle section, the high end of the middle section, for a machine that's going to be able to endure real workloads for at least 8 years and probably 10. But yeah, you could certainly put whatever CPU you want in there. I just went right for the top. We're pretty darn near the top. 9700K is $400. We could have put a 9900 in there, but I think for the price difference for office use, at least in the way that this one's going to be used, it would be diminishing returns on that investment for this customer. But for you, only you know that. I can't tell you what you know. Okay, let's see, other questions. My company Tech has contributed $5. He says, I literally just got a call about a noisy fan from a client. Yes, of course you did. Fans are moving parts. Moving parts fail first. Statistically, they're most likely to be the first thing to fail. When we can go to solid state products, move away from mechanical drives to solid state drives, we end up with happier customers, but we also have to find other ways to generate revenue because a lot of those repairs don't happen anywhere near as frequently. They can still, all parts do fail over time. And the first time I ever encounter a customer bringing me a bad solid state drive, whether it's one I installed from 6 years ago, 7 years ago, it's never happened. I've never seen a customer bring in a machine with a bad solid state drive, and no solid state drive from any manufacturer that I have sold and installed, or just installed, forget whether or not I sold it, has ever failed. On the mechanical drive side, that's a different story. That's sort of a regular thing there. All right, let's get this Ethernet cable plugged in. Don't want to step on my Lyle carpet. Screwball. Good boy. Yeah. I don't need this flash drive anymore. We can unplug that and set it over there. And now Microsoft Windows goes, oh, you plugged into the internet. You must want to create a Microsoft account now since you didn't have internet. You couldn't do it before. So annoying. So right in the bottom left corner down here, skip for now. And now we can go to Windows Update, where believe it or not, it's already started downloading updates. So when I go check for updates manually, we're probably going to have a number of updates fail because it's trying to install the same update, the one I'm grabbing manually and the one it's installing automatically. So don't freak out if you see that. If you want to not see that, then leave the machine on for about an hour, come back, and then check for updates. But regardless, it's not a big deal if you see that any update failed. Just restart the computer when instructed, go back to Windows Update again, and that update, you'll see, once it's been applied, won't be offered anymore. So it's nothing to worry about. It's what we call standard operating procedure on a new build. Nothing to fix. Glenn wants to know if you've done a build that will support Photoshop or 4K video. This build right here will do that. All you got to do is add a discrete graphics card to your level of budget. Whether it's AMD or NVIDIA, doesn't matter. This machine will take it all. So yeah, you can very easily just simply add a graphics card to this same parts list, and it'll be capable of 4K video if the graphics card you buy is capable of that. And anything else. Yeah. And we are just about done with these first round of updates. The great thing about installing the latest version of Windows 10 is there's not very many updates to apply before the next version of Windows 10 comes out. So if you're always making sure that you update your installation media with the current version of Windows 10, it will severely save you a lot of time on the update process. And the same is not true with Windows 7, but that's a non-issue after tomorrow. You get your last updates for Windows 7 tomorrow, and that's it. After that, you're on your own, and I think you'd be extraordinarily foolish to continue to run Windows 7 beyond the end of this month. But that's your choice. The internet is not a safe place, and the hackers will be using the latest and greatest technology to hack you. If you don't have the latest and greatest technology to protect yourself, or at least something modern and updated and current, you will become a victim. It's just a matter of time. You will not outsmart them. You will think you're outsmarting them, and that's exactly what they want you to think. You will get away with it for a certain period of time until you don't. That's how it works. That's how it will continue to work. It is human nature, and they are very good at exploiting human nature. The longer you get away with it, the more false confidence you have that you're doing everything correctly. And it's just a matter of time. It's getting worse. The problem is not going away. The tricks are getting more and more clever. And the best thing you can do is make sure that you keep all of your software updated. That includes Windows. That includes updating a router that might be 5 years old or more. Get a new one. It includes making sure your operating system is kept up to date, ensuring your antivirus is paid and kept up to date. Free antivirus is better than no antivirus, but not by much. Windows Defender does a really good job. They've done some articles that really surprised the authors on how well it did. But by itself, in my opinion, it's not enough. I typically buy a 1-year license for Malwarebytes and pair that with the free Windows Defender. And that seems to work really, really well. I haven't had a virus call for a client in 2 years. So that's working. Malwarebytes is doing a really good job of keeping up to date against the threats, and so long as they continue to provide that level of response to the threats that are out there, I'll continue to recommend using them. Sometimes these software companies, or any company, sometimes management changes and the product changes. You know, it's not as good as it used to be. Malwarebytes had a little bit of an issue a while back, but it was sort of a one-time isolated thing, thankfully. And my confidence in them has come back in full, and I proudly recommend the product, but only the paid version. Now, of course, you can use anything you'd like. I really don't care. I don't support you. But it's important you use something that's paid so that you have some support if things go wrong. Free is you're on your own. And the people who often use free are the people who would not know what to do on their own. So what I find are the people who really need to be using the free aren't using it. And the people who are technically savvy, they know the headache that free can bring, even though they could deal with it. But because they know, they won't use it either. They'll buy the paid just so they don't have to deal with the headache of cleaning it up or dealing with it. So I think it's interesting how most of the people who use the free version shouldn't be, and most of the people who are paying would be fine because they have the skills to know how to clean up a problem or deal with the issues that free sometimes comes along with the package. Just an observation. Does Windows Pro have remote access turned on by default? No, it does not. You would have to use port forwarding in your router in order to take advantage of Windows 10 remote access. Joe wants to know, Carrie, when are you going to get more 5-inch vinyl stickers in the merch store? Oh, are we out? I'm not even aware of that. I've been so busy I haven't paid any attention. Those are provided by Steve Boker, who often joins us in the chat room, who has his own printing business, and he's been very generous with and creative with his designs and his vinyl stickers. And I guess I'll have to reach out to Steve and check in with him. See if he's busy, give him some work to do. I love YouTube. It says 0 people are watching right now. I'm not even watching. That cracks me up. I'm sure it'll fix itself here in a moment. All right, we should be almost done here with this update. Where are we at? 70% on that cumulative update. That's a big update. Well, now it says 350 people are watching. I went from 0 to 350. That's just what my site is telling me. That cracks me up. You guys are saying you see 1,012. My site says 350. Gosh, I just love YouTube. All right, I gotta check the rear gate before I let my dogs outside since the landscapers were here. Sometimes they don't close my gate. So I will go do that while this is finishing. I'll be right back. Hang in there. Yeah, it just took some trash out while I was out there. Boy, this update's taken a lot longer than it should. Hmm. Where are we at on that? It says it's at 74%. It's been there for a while. Well, I guess I'll be patient. I'll give it a little bit more time, I guess. And while we're waiting, if you have any questions for me, I'll do my best to provide answers. Michael Cutler has contributed $10. He says, enjoy another Coke. Hey, thank you, Michael. I'll tell you something about Windows 10 that's kind of cool. If you ever run into this issue where you think that it might be locked up, I don't think it is. I don't know what's causing it to hesitate, but something's definitely, this is a fast system. This update shouldn't be taking this long, and I've only waited a minute, but I'm really impatient. You can actually restart the computer. You can instruct the computer to restart, and it will finish any updates during the restart process. Watch this. We'll hit the start button. Oh, wait a minute. What's happening here? It's not letting me. So something isn't right. It's not happy about something. During a normal Windows 10 install, especially a fresh, clean install, you can certainly be a lot more bold with regards to how you want to go about repairing things. So for me, what I would like to do first is just tap the power button and see if it cycles down the way it's supposed to. Okay, sorry about that. Remember I said UPS was coming? They were here. So this machine appears to have locked up, which is very unusual on a new build and is cause for concern unless it's just a one-time thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold the power button in for about 10 seconds or however long it takes for the machine to shut itself off. Now, when all the fans stop spinning, I'm going to turn the machine back on again. Here we go. And we're going to allow it to reboot back into Windows, and we're going to go back to Windows Update again. Now, in all likelihood, there's not going to be any problem here. However, because it's a new install of Windows 10, in a worst case scenario, I just reinstall Windows from scratch and see if the problem happens twice in a row. If we can't replicate the problem, then some kind of weird thing happened, and I'm not worried about it. But because it happened at all, I'm going to make sure I thoroughly test this machine before it goes to a customer. We're going to go back to updates, and you can see it sort of continues where it left off, wherever it's sort of locked up. It picks up where it left off. You'll see there was no apparent file corruption or anything that occurred, and you'll see it went from 74% right off to 100% real quick. If you watch the screen just then, it finished that process, which is very impressive how Windows 10 is able to sort of mend itself and not be so vulnerable from an unexpected power loss, which is effectively what we just did. So so a couple of concerns I have. I don't normally use this brand of memory, and there may be a potential compatibility issue with that RAM. So I'm going to just make sure I run mem test on this. Prime 95 is going to run it for a good 20 minutes. We're going to make sure that we don't experience that ever again. We're going to make sure, of course, that we can go back to Windows Update and complete the Windows updates without any further unexpected results. So we're just going to keep an eye on things here. And if there is a problem, it's probably a component I don't normally use. And the reason I went with that RAM is it was on sale and it quickly sold out. And I don't expect it's going to be the RAM. So here I'm going to hit the Install Now button. I don't know why that happened, but it's probably related to the fact that we restarted. And then we have this download button, which is weird. Once again, I think the interruption in power caused Windows 10 to get a little confused on where it was on the updates. So I'm going to go roll with it for now. Just keep rolling with it. So far, everything's working very quick and it's doing what it's supposed to do. And ideally, it won't be any issue. It'll just be a weird thing. That doesn't really give me peace of mind because a weird thing shouldn't have happened. But we'll keep an eye on it and make sure that it's not going to be a problem. And if it is, the first thing I'm going to replace is the RAM. But I seriously doubt that's going to be necessary. James Griffin contributed $2. He says, this is a great video again, and I'm freezing in Alaska. Who would have known Alaska was cold? Yeah, well, it's a warm day out in Phoenix today. It's actually not bad. Now we're at 74% on this cumulative update. So this is the same update before that caused us a freeze up. Let me just see if my start button is going to work now. No. Okay, so this is actually a really good thing. And the reason it's good is that means the problem wasn't a fluke, that we can repeat the problem. Being able to repeat a problem is absolutely paramount to being able to solve the problem. When you have intermittent problems that only sometimes happen, they can be very, very difficult to isolate or to know for a fact that you fixed other than through time, right? Because if the problem only happens sometimes, how do you know that you've addressed it and fixed it other than by giving it back to the customer or keeping it on the bench forever? And at some point, you've got to give up and go, well, I guess if it hasn't happened in a while, it's fixed, right? So being able to repeat the problem means when you fix it, the problem goes away permanently, and you can confidently know that that machine is going to work from that point forward. So my concern right now is this RAM. Even though I pointed out that the RAM says Ryzen and we're using an Intel, has nothing to do with this issue. Absolutely nothing to do with it. Don't let that throw you. That's just a marketing technique. We could have a bad RAM module, and it's possible this Guile RAM is not compatible with the board. And if that's the case, it may not be that it's bad RAM. It just may be that we need to use it in a different build. The RAM, some places it's returnable, some places it's not returnable. It'll have typically a lifetime warranty. I'm not sure what this RAM has. If it's bad, we can either send it back to the retailer within the first 30 days typically to have it replaced, or you can issue an RMA if that's the case with the manufacturer, whichever is easier for you. So do we, and someone says, well, could the SSD be bad? That's potentially a problem, but given that the SSD is made by Intel, I doubt it, but it is possible. My inclination is to immediately go for RAM. And this is a really key important lesson in this build because everything's running right up into this point exactly the way it's supposed to. It's only when we get right here that we're having a problem. And that's, I find, pretty interesting. So what I'm going to do, just to experiment, is I'm going to force the machine off again by hitting the switch in the back. And we're going to cut power. And I'm going to remove one of these RAM modules. We don't have to have two. Two puts us in dual channel and it gives us a little better performance. So I can remove one of these modules. And we're going to just leave it on the counter. We're going to restart the machine and go back through Windows updates one more time. If Windows Update freezes again in the same place, it's 74% on that cumulative update, I'm going to replace the remaining RAM module with the one I've pulled out, and we're going to do that again. If it happens again, I'm pretty sure there's nothing wrong with either RAM module if they're both behaving identical. If it works with one and not the other, I would suspect I've got a bad RAM module, and that can happen. It's not often, but it does happen. Well, let's find out. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think is going to solve this problem? See if we're going to get past 74% this time. Feel lucky? One of the things I enjoy doing these live videos is to demonstrate without editing the reaction I have, which to me, it's really not a big deal. I'm slightly annoyed, but I'm not worried. I'm not worried about having wasted any money or it's going to cost me money to fix. I'm just annoyed that it's going to take longer now. But regardless, there's a lesson in it. There's an experience from it. And from that, we gain more knowledge and more confidence to move forward by identifying these problems and their likely causes much, much sooner, making your diagnostic process faster, making you more valuable to your customer. So we're back at 74% on this cumulative update one more time. And it will stay at 74% for a little bit on this update, but it shouldn't stay there as long as it's been. And I should always be able to click on the start button and have it pop up. When I click on the start button and it doesn't pop up, you might give the machine just a few more moments to process whatever it's processing potentially. But that start menu should pop up regardless because it can multitask. So far, everything's working well. Hugh Wong has contributed $2. Thank you, Hugh. And we're still at 74%. Like I said, it does stay there for a while. So if you're too impatient, you could have resolved your issue and just thought it wasn't resolved because you weren't being patient enough to allow that. There it goes. It's continued on now. So just by removing that one RAM module seems to have resolved that issue. We may have a bad RAM module. So what I'm going to do is allow this update to finish. It'll just take a moment now. We're at 89%, so almost there. There we go. We'll hit restart, let the machine restart itself. And it'll still install updates during the restart process. There's some update files and whatnot that can only be replaced when Windows is shut down because those files are in use. You can't replace a file in use any more than you can change a tire in motion. So this is all, I'm sure you've all seen this screen before. And we're going to check for Windows updates one more time. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull that RAM module out, replace it with the other one, and run memtest 86 with just that suspected bad module and see if we get any errors. If it does come up with errors, I have a choice then of sending the memory back to Newegg where it was ordered, or dealing with the manufacturer directly. Either way is probably okay. The RAM was sold out at Newegg, so chances are they won't be able to replace it for me. If I want to use the same RAM, it'll have to go back to the manufacturer. So once more, we'll back to Windows Update. When there's an update and restart option there, why does it say that? Let's see. Jim Innes says there are some variables on this build that are different, such as the Intel 665 and a different brand of RAM that I don't normally use. This is true, absolutely true. It could be either one. I'm just leaning on RAM. That's just my gut instinct. I don't know how else to explain it. I've never seen a bad Intel SSD, and Intel is a very high quality manufacturer. The RAM manufacturer, I don't know. I've used Guile before, but I really don't know much about them or their reliability. So I don't have the confidence in them like I do on Intel. So we just got another update. We're all caught up. Let's go ahead and shut the machine down. And what I'm going to do is pull this RAM module out. But when I do it, I want to make sure power is off on the power supply, because there's always a little power flowing through that board when you're just powered off. So make sure the switch is off or the computer's unplugged. I'm going to go ahead and remove this module and put the other one in there. It's also possible, I didn't have any audio on when I seated the RAM, but the first module didn't sit well. And when I put the second module in, I heard it click, and then I pushed down on the first module and heard it click, and I might not have seated it correctly. So you heard it click each time it went in. But now I've got the memtest 86 flash drive right here, and we're going to boot to this. I've got a quick tips video showing you how to make this flash drive. It's free. And you can repeat this test exactly as I've shown it, or exactly as I'm showing it now. And I think it's F12 on this. Yeah, F12 will bring up a boot menu, and we'll select that we want the UEFI right here. This is what we want. I feel like I got a loose cable or something going on here, and that's in there good. Let me check the other side of it. And I don't press any keys or anything. Once you boot to this flash drive, just leave it alone and it'll start the test automatically. And we're going to run it through a series of 13 different tests, which creates one pass. And by default, memtest likes to run 4 passes, and that could take an hour and a half or more, depending on the size of the RAM module. That's why I'm not testing both of them right now. It's going to take more time. I know that other module worked okay. This module may work okay too if I didn't seat it correctly, or fully rather. That could have been the issue. So a lot of different possibilities here. So you'll see at the very top of the screen it says memory tests will automatically start, and it's counting down in so many seconds. And if you press the left or right arrow keys, you can then go into the settings and adjust settings. But what I'm going to do is leave it at all the defaults and let it run. This is why we do not turn XMP on, because it could be an XMP incompatibility. Somebody emailed me the other day. When they built their system back in October, they were having issues with RAM. And now they just updated their BIOS a couple months later, and they're getting all these blue screens, and they're checking their RAM modules, even replaced their RAM, checked them one by one, and they still say it has bad RAM. And I asked them, did you reset your BIOS back to its defaults? They said no. I said, well, running any memory test or buying new memory is a complete waste of time if you have not yet loaded your BIOS defaults. So they loaded their BIOS defaults and all their problems went away. So because this is a new build, I shouldn't have to load the BIOS defaults. If this board is truly brand new, it wasn't a returned board as far as I know, then the BIOS should have XMP off. And I can't tell if XMP is on or off using memtest. It tells me the RAM info is capable of 3200 megahertz XMP, but it doesn't tell me if it's turned on or not. It's not its current state. So that's another factor on the RAM that can cause an issue. XMP, compatibility, whether or not it's seated correctly, or whether or not we've got a bad module. So there's 4 possibilities to consider when determining if RAM is causing a problem. Mervyn Jordan's contributed $10. He says, hey, Kerry, after watching your videos for about a month, this past Friday I did my first build in a white Corsair 275R. I became very emotional at first boot because I did it right. Thank you. Mervyn, you know, I kind of feel bad when people get it right on the first boot because you didn't learn anything. You know, you just verified what you thought you knew. And congratulations, and it feels good, doesn't it? It's a great rush, you know, to have that thing turn on. Dopamine gets released in the brain, and it's something you can't explain that feeling to anybody. You've now joined a special club that those of us have experienced it can all know exactly what you mean when you say that. But I have to tell you, when it doesn't turn on, when you fix it, you will have learned something new that you didn't experience, you know, that you wouldn't have experienced otherwise. And the rush is even more intense because of the anxiety. You know, is it going to work this time? But well done, and thank you for letting me know that you followed my videos and they were helpful to you. Rudiger Luthie's contributed $2. He says, this is an interesting build. Hey, thanks, Rudiger. It's a pretty simple build, really. But I think when you look at what you get for $1,000, I don't really think you're not going to find anything from HP or Dell or any of the pre-builts that are going to give you this much RAM, this fast of storage, this quiet of a machine, this upgradable of a machine, this powerful of a power supply, plus the efficiency rating of the power supply. The Dells, the HPs, you can match that, but at a much higher price. Ian McLeod's contributed $2. And he says, Slancha. Hey, Slancha. Cheers, Ian. Thank you. Dom Parada has contributed $9.99. He says, Kerry, you've built something beautiful here, and by that I mean this community you've helped build. Thank you, Dom. I cherish this community. I very much cherish it. In fact, let's make you blue, Dom. Of all the things that I've done, having this community is one of the most important things because it's so rare to find on the internet. I keep reiterating this whole thing about dominance. I don't know what it is or why it is people behave that way. Hold on a second, I think it's another package. Yeah, so that's Amazon out of the way. Now just one more delivery from FedEx and my day is complete. But yes, the community is absolutely of key importance to me, to have people so supportive and kind to one another and drop this dominance crap. We're civilized, we're not dogs. It's completely unnecessary. There's no reason to be competitive. There's no reason to prove yourself as being worthy. In fact, just being nice is how you prove yourself here. Not being super knowledgeable, not being super critical, but actually being supportive and kind, which takes a little bit more effort and a little more evolution. And for that, I am very, very grateful to have so many people. Like, I would have never thought this many people would be interested in what I'm doing and would be that supportive and kind. So while we do run into some of the lesser evolved individuals, we're pretty quick to get them out of here. And some of them have come back under different names, or after a period of time when I clear out the block list about twice a year, I'll clear it out. If their YouTube handle even still exists, because a lot of those people get themselves banned off of YouTube. Just let karma take care of them. But some people have come back and started to behave, and they realize how great this community is, and they become a part of it. So some people, you got to ban them 3 or 4 times over a period of a couple of years before they evolve and they realize there's a far greater reward in being kind than in drawing attention to yourself and trying to prove to people how much better you are than they are. That's a short road that leads to nowhere. This is also helping the community because there are lessons we can carry forward in the real world, apart from the online world. People will just want to be accepted, That's all people want. It's real simple. You're worried, is this person going to like me? Chances are they're worried about the exact same thing when you meet somebody. We all want to be accepted. Ian McLeod contributed $2 again. He says, we are awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty darn cool. Dr. No says, I built 2 PCs for my sons for Christmas, and they helped. Nice. We'll make you a moderator, Dr. No. He was asking. I've seen you in here, and you seem like a good guy. Cosmo says, I've watched Carrie for almost 3 years, only did my own YouTube thingy after wife got fed up with me using hers. We'll make you a moderator too, Cosmo. Thank you. Could it be the RAM is being shared? The same amount of RAM is being shared regardless of how many modules you have. The video card needs to have RAM, and because it's built into the CPU, it doesn't have its own RAM. So it borrows or steals or shares from your installed RAM. Regardless of how much RAM you've got, the video card will take the bare minimum it needs regardless. So no, it would not be because of that. And my company Tech contributed $2 and says seconded. Right on. Yeah, so for me, really, being able to avoid sponsorship has taken a load off of, look, I can't be on the phone or sending emails to a dozen different companies, answering their millions of questions and determining and negotiating what a value is for this channel to sponsor it. When I'm doing that, I can't be making videos, I can't be helping customers. It means I pretty much have to hire a salesman. All the big YouTube channels have hired salesmen, and they'll spend 8 hours a day reaching out to companies looking for sponsorship or opportunities to sell videos. You don't realize how many videos are being paid for by corporations. I don't think you realize that. It was a big shock to me when I worked at Newegg to find out Newegg didn't generate any of their own content, or at least they didn't when I was there. All the content was sold to specific vendors who were interested in paying for the cost of producing the content. At no point was I able to say, can I use my own parts? They said no. I said, you guys won't use your own inventory, so let me use my inventory. And they said no. The inventory has to come from sponsors or we don't make the video. We won't use our own inventory and we don't make our own content. Well, the content we make is paid for by, and that's why you see, the way you're going to know this on a YouTube channel is you're going to see one specific manufacturer or 2 or 3 manufacturers over and over and over again. And you'll think, boy, they sure do like Asus, don't they? Well, they have a relationship with Asus, and Asus is paying them to represent their product. It's not because they like them more. This was something that was really eye-opening to me because it seemed to me it was in Newegg's best interest to promote all their inventory and to just go to the back room and grab whatever you want. But there were times I had to build computers that didn't necessarily make sense with the hardware selection because that's what was being provided by the sponsor. And so that's what you had to build. And when you watch, the big productions that are edited and they have employees, it's not just the guy in his kitchen. There's stuff going on behind the scenes that as people are conspiracy theorists about everything these days, they certainly seem awfully naive about the content they're seeing on YouTube. I certainly was. So that was a big eye-opening experience for me, that's how that works, when it seemed to me they would do just fine with YouTube revenue making their own content that they want to make. And ultimately, what that led to was me not working for them anymore because they were asking me to do things that my value system felt was wrong. And we had this discussion on 3 occasions, and the 3rd occasion was the last time. I think we were, at that point, sort of done with each other. Like, I think they were done with me. They probably found me to be too difficult, and I was done with them because I found them to not want to make videos of the same value system that I have. And that's why they've got millions of dollars, and I'm asking for you guys to contribute a couple of bucks. They have a lot more money than me. Clearly what they're doing works well financially in generating revenue. And the same is true for all the big YouTube channels that are generating, 6 or 7 figure salaries from YouTube. There's a business in that, and the business involves cooperation from large corporations in most cases that you may not be aware of. And I wish there was some required law that would state that if anybody was paying for this video, if any entity, forget that, whoever's responsible for paying for the cost of the production should be a law, in my opinion, to disclose that on the video. This video was brought to you by, and then things would start to make a lot more sense. You'd start to understand the motivation about why certain parts might have been selected that otherwise don't make any sense, or why you see a specific manufacturer at a specific YouTube channel over and over and over again, but you don't see this other manufacturer. Because I'm buying my own parts and because I'm supporting my own customers, I'm using parts with a complete different value system. I'm trying to find the best value for my customer and what's going to keep me in business. So my attitude is 180 degrees opposed to pretty much every YouTube channel out there that does tech that's got this number of subscribers or greater. So I feel proud that I'm different, but I'm not sure all the viewers get it. There's another guy, his name's if you go to Tim's Computer Repair, Tim's got some great videos he's posted of, he's a working computer technician turning a camera on and showing you some of the equipment his customers bring to him. He recently had a computer that wouldn't turn on. It was a new gaming build, and you can play the guessing game along with him as he goes through the diagnostic. Tim is very much up here. I very much see us as equals. He's very, very good at what he does. He's been doing it a long time. And he lives quite a long ways away from me. He's on the other side of the country. But I would very much love to do a collaboration with him at some point. And I'm sure I could learn a lot from him as well. So if you haven't, check out Tim's Computer Repair channel. Maybe we can post a link in there. Dr. No says Tim's a cool guy. Absolutely, I've known Tim for years. He's a stand-up guy too. He's not out to take advantage of people like a lot of business people are. Okay, so we've gone through the first series of tests, and you see it says pass 1 of 4. So it's passed this test. This was the RAM module that caused us a problem. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to shut the machine back off. And with MemTest 86, you just turn the machine off. You don't have to worry about corrupting anything. We'll make sure the fans come to a complete stop. And I'm going to go ahead and put this other RAM module back in. Mark Drope Sr. has just contributed $20. He says, I upgraded to a solid-state drive. and now the CPU, we must say, is running on. That doesn't make any sense. I hope you're kidding. Thank you for the contribution, Mark. Are you kidding? I'm going to put this other RAM module back in. And what I'm going to do, I have two choices right now. I can run memtest 86 again with all of the RAM installed, which is going to take a while. Or I'm going to reinstall Windows 10 fresh and clean and repeat everything all over again to see if we can duplicate the problem, to see if it happens again. So to do that, I'm going to take the memtest 86 flash drive out, and we'll set that down. I'm going to put the Windows 10 installation media USB back into a blue USB port here. I'm going to disconnect the internet. Remember, I always install Windows 10 with bare minimum configuration. And I will show you how to erase the hard drive and start fresh and clean if you ever want to do that, because you guys traditionally see me install Windows 10 on a new unpartitioned, unformatted drive. But what happens when you have a drive that's already been used and you want to just wipe it completely clean and start over as though it were new? Here's what you do. We'll turn the machine back on, we'll flip the switch here, and we're going to do F12 again to prevent it from booting to our installed Windows 10, and instead we want it to boot to the flash drive. So F12 ought to get her done. And we'll go to select UEFI SanDisk Extreme. That's my flash drive with Windows 10 on it. And more or less the steps are going to be exactly the same, except I'm going to erase all the partitions when I'm offered where I want to install Windows 10. So we go through all the same steps here. And I don't have a product key. I'll enter that later. It's Windows 10 Pro. Everything is exactly the same as I always do it. We get that end user license agreement we agree to, and we'll do custom install. Now you'll see 4 partitions, partition 1, 2, 3, and 4. Select one, hit delete. Remember, this is going to erase everything off the hard drive. So if you have any data you want to keep, you better have backed it up before you do this. One by one, we will select all 4 of the partitions. There's 3. There's 2, and there's 1. Now we're back to exactly what the drive looked like when it was brand new. 0 partitions, 0 formats. And we continue exactly as we did. Just hit next and allow Windows 10 to install and complete. And once again, when that's done, we'll hit Windows Update after plugging the Ethernet cord back in when it's done. And we'll see if we get that cumulative update without the lockup. If it freezes at 74% again, we're going to have a problem that has to get fixed. If it doesn't happen again, then apparently I just didn't have the RAM seated well, which is what I suspect and what I'm hoping, so I can get on with life. I'm hoping that's the solution. Beyond that, sorry, I lost my train of thought. If Windows, so it does stay at 74% for a while. That's normal. I want to remind you of that. So just because it hesitates at 74% doesn't mean the problem's back. We have to wait, I'm not sure how long, but there's just like a feeling I get that's like, well, it should have happened by now. But it's normal for it to sort of stay at 74% on that update for a bit longer than it does on other updates and other percentage points. So be patient and I'll give it a chance to get through that. Jim Kenny says, Kerry, you convinced me to change my name. I used to be SIGS 2020 for the last 20 years. It depends on where you're hanging out and what you're doing, If you want to be taken seriously in a forum where a lot of people are using their real names and you want to be heard and taken seriously, it's really hard to do that with somebody with a silly name or an offensive name or a political name, because it's sort of like, well, what's the frame of mind of the person I'm dealing with here? And so if that's their frame of mind and they're not taking it seriously enough to expose who they are, then I really don't care what they have to say. So I value people. Personally, I respect people more who aren't hiding. I had somebody call me and tell me they were able to find my phone number on the internet. I said, I know, I put it there. You put it there? I'm like, yeah, I'm not hiding from anybody. You can find me. This guy thought he was doing me a favor. I'm like, no, you're not doing me a favor. You're interrupting my workday. Is that all you wanted? I don't want to be rude, but I got a lot of other things to do. And it blows mine. You want people to find your phone? Yes, I have a business to run. I want them to find me. Are we done? Have you wasted my time enough? And he thought he was doing me a favor. Don't do me any favors. I find it amusing. You want people to find you? You want people to know who you are? What a bizarre concept this is. Yes. Al Hedge says, I hope XMP is off. That's a good point. And I'll tell you what, if it freezes again, that's the next thing I'm going to do is reset the BIOS. And the reason I'm not doing it is overconfidence that I unboxed this brand new, and it should have been set to all the factory default settings. So I think it'll be a waste of time to go in there and reset the BIOS. That will probably be my undoing. I will tell you that right now, just being honest. That overconfidence in this, I don't have to check it because it works attitude is always going to bite you in the butt. Well, the power supply comes on, the fan spins, and the lights light up, so I must have a good power supply. Wrong answer. I can't tell you the number of power supplies I've had to deal with that turn on and provide some power. And you can put them on a voltmeter and you can test them and you can get 3 volts, 5 volts, 12 volts where you're supposed to get it. But it's only until that power supply has a workload put on it, it collapses. The whole system just implodes. It just electronically, not physically. And you go, oh, put a different power supply on there. Oh, it works now. Oh, because the power supply was bad. Yeah, it's happened to me a lot. Don't let it happen to you. Don't be that guy. Check everything, even that doesn't need to be checked. Check it anyway. Because as long as it's not working, you're missing something. And assuming is not a successful, is not an attitude for a successful career in IT. You may get lucky sometimes, but on that problem that you just can't figure out, you're assuming something that you didn't check. Can't be that, so why bother checking it? Chances are, that's the thing that's causing the problem. And whatever logic you're using to say, well, it can't be that because, no. Until you've checked it, you don't know why. That's the point. That's the point. Then after you replace it, then you can go back and go, oh, now I know why. It'll make sense then. James Robson has pointed to the link to Tim's YouTube channel. Subscribe to Tim, show Tim some love, and he's got great content. So you can share, Tim shares his knowledge and his experience in the same way that I do. I just wish he'd make more videos more often. So crack the whip on Tim, give him some motivation. Okay, so now I can plug the internet back in, and we can go back to Windows Update here. We can take the flash drive out and set that over there. So we're just again repeating exactly what we did the first time around, and the only difference at this point is that we have reseated the RAM. And because it's such a weird problem that only happened on that one update, the only way I can check it is to redo everything all over again. I have that convenience because it's a new build. And it didn't take a whole lot of time to wipe Windows and reinstall it. It's not like I've added any software. It's another reason why I don't activate. Although Windows 10 would remember the activation, but if something happens where I've got to change a motherboard, I've wasted an activation code effectively, or I've got to call Microsoft and explain the situation to get the code reactivated. So activation is something I do once I know the machine is all fully working and operational, and then after that I'll do the cable management. Cable management and activation are saved way to the end when I'm absolutely confident everything's working as it's supposed to, and that saves me from having to repeat the same actions over and over again, and ultimately it's a big waste of time. When you saw the screen blank out and come back like that, that was the NVIDIA, that was the Intel graphics driver being installed from Windows Update. I can't see the bottom. Is it waiting for me? Yeah, it is. We'll hit retry. That's normal. Again, I have explained that already when it's trying to update automatically. There's that cumulative up. No, that's not it. It's this one down here. The cumulative update for Windows 10 is the one that it's doing right now. And let's see if we get past 74. Oh, that was a lot faster. That's a good sign. If you go back and watch when I was seating the RAM, you'll see I went back to the other module after I seated. I seated the first one, then I seated the second one. And when I seated the second one, it sounded and felt different. So I went back to the first one and I pushed it down harder. What I should have done is I should have taken it out of the socket, put it back in again. But instead what I did is I just pushed down on it and I heard it click and I thought, good enough, you know. But clearly, I must not have had it straight, and that's why it didn't click the first time. The second one did. And my mistake was just pushing down on it and seeing if it would click, and it did. I should have removed the module out of the socket, realigned it again, pushed it down, and it probably would have avoided this problem. So because I didn't take 90 seconds, I've now spent an extra 30 minutes. And I hate when I do that. I hate when I am not efficient. But as they say, hindsight is 20/20. You can always look back at something with better vision or with clarity. I try to avoid that, you know, with all the experience I have, and there's certain things I should know better. So it happens to all of us. Ultimately, it's not a big deal. It just slows me down, and you know, I like to wrap up my videos at 5. It's 5:45 right now, so I'm 46 minutes past the point I wanted to stop. And having the landscapers here interrupting didn't help either. So we'll see how this progresses through. Right now we're doing the cumulative update. Oh, it's installing it again? Oh, it was the download that finished so quickly, not the install. You know, I'm looking at a screen about yay big. It's a screen in a screen. So I need to go full screen so I can see this, see where we're at. My theory on the RAM may be completely wrong. I may have an issue because we're back at 74%. But as I mentioned, it is normal that when you reach 74% on this cumulative update, that it stays there for a little bit before it continues. So I'll give it just a few minutes, and if it appears to be locked up, I might have a RAM compatibility issue. And my start button, well, I can right click and it comes up, but the left click is not coming up. We'll give it a minute. See, now I'm real sensitive to it. Like if this didn't happen, I wouldn't be like, yeah, it takes a little bit, you know, no big deal. But now that it's frozen up on me before, I'm really impatient. I'm like, come on now. Oh, it's going. Here we go. See? It made it. We're good. Deep breath. Phew. I told you it stays on that 74% a little long. It'll raise your blood pressure. Remember what I said about that dopamine release, you know, when you're doing this. That's the reward. You get this chemical release in your brain that it's very difficult to explain to somebody what that feels like. And that's what keeps me coming back for more. That's why I enjoy what I do so much. If everything always worked the first time, I would be bored out of my mind. Would you play a video game where all you did was move the guy from left to right? You didn't jump over anything, nothing came at you. You just literally walked the guy to the side, and then when you got to the other side, you win. Oh yeah, I'm going to play that game for hours. Most boring game in the world. So there's got to be challenges for us to overcome. And one of the exciting parts for me, one of the one of the most fun games that I play is build the computer. And when the computer doesn't work, or I run into a problem, that makes the game more interesting. But I'm never ever panicked. I never think, oh no, I'm just, I'm responsible for $1,000 computer build and I screwed it up. You don't have to think that way, because if in fact you screwed something up, you might be covered under warranty, you might have had a bad part, you might not have screwed anything up at all. And furthermore, it's probably one individual part, not $1,000. You know what I mean? It may be the RAM, which is $120 or whatever. Or it could be the solid state drive, which is like $115. So yes, it is possible you damage something in a worst case scenario that's not covered under warranty, and you have to buy a new one for $100, let's just say. $100 for that lesson is a bargain, because you're not likely to ever repeat that mistake ever again. Now, if you go to your local community college and sign up for a computer building class or repair class for just one semester, it'll probably set you back somewhere between $300 and $600. And I don't know how much of that you will retain in the real world once you leave that classroom, or what they're teaching you, how practical that's going to be in the real world. So that is the bargain of a century, to spend $100 to replace a bad part, if in fact it's not covered under warranty, if in fact you did something wrong and you know you did something wrong. I once, on video, was moving something on the counter and the RAM fell off the counter and hit the floor. A RAM is solid state, it should be fine, but when I plugged the RAM in, one of the modules was bad. It was brand new RAM. Now the question is, was it bad from the manufacturer, or did I make it bad when it hit the floor? I contacted the manufacturer, they took it back under warranty, didn't cost me anything. It delayed the build for about a week as I waited for the RAM to come back. And then, or actually I think I used my own RAM, and then I just kept the other RAM when it came in. But worst case scenario, I would have paid about $100 or whatever to buy new RAM for that customer. And you better believe I'm much more careful about knowing what's on my counter to be careful to not knock anything over. I wouldn't want anybody doing that with my parts. I certainly don't want to do that to somebody else's parts. People trust me. And I made a mistake. I got overconfident. And when you get overconfident, sometimes you need a little yank on the chain to bring you back down to earth. And we all need that sometimes. And it's okay. It's not the end of the world. Pay your dues. Do your time. Evolve. D. Morgan says, I'm a little disappointed. I donated $20 last week via PayPal. I don't know if it was received or not. D, I did respond to you many hours ago. You might check your spam filter. I did receive your contribution, and I did respond to you specifically to your email earlier today. In fact, I'm going to make you a moderator here. Sometimes my emails go into people's spam filters, and they don't think I'm responding to them. But I guarantee I responded to you, and please check your email settings that you're not filtering my emails out. And thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate your contribution. And in fact, when I responded to you, I asked you if you would like a case badge. So please check your inbox and check your spam filter. I think you'll see there is a message from me that was sent earlier today. And thank you for reaching out. You know, you should always get a response from me on a PayPal contribution. And there are some people that don't get the responses because either they don't have an up-to-date email address in PayPal, or they have no email address at all, and I have no way to respond to them. So how do you talk to somebody when they haven't given you a venue from which you can reach them? But in your case, I did reach out to you, and I guarantee that email's in your inbox or your spam filter. I guarantee it. And thank you. I really appreciate you supporting the channel. And furthermore, if you don't get a response from me, do exactly what Dee did. Reach out and let me know. Sometimes a contribution comes in and I don't get the notification from PayPal. It doesn't happen very often. And I go and I look through the PayPal summary, and there I see their contribution, but for some reason I didn't get the emails. And every time a contribution is made through PayPal, they send me an email, but they don't tell me who it's from. Like, I get a name or a company name, but I don't get an email address. So I have to sign into PayPal, which requires two-factor authentication to get a code. And then I have to click on the summary, and then I have to find the person's name, and then I have to look at the details, and then I can find their email, and then I can finally copy and paste that. And that's what I have to do to make every reply. But I always do those replies by hand. So know that if you get a thank you from me, even though it may be sort of the same thing I say to everybody, I'm still doing that by hand. And all those contributions of any amount are always appreciated. Let's go back to Windows Update and make sure that we've got all the updates now. Again, machine is dead silent, dead quiet. And we know we've got the CPU fan is turning, the rear case fan is turning, and presumably the power supply fan is turning. So 3 fans are running, whisper quiet. We've got all our updates, everything's working perfectly. So the next thing I will do, and I'll save it for tomorrow since I'm running late tonight, we've got to run Prime 95 on here. We'll run it for like 20 minutes, which is, again, 15 minutes is overkill, 20 is way over the top. Going to make sure our temps are good. We know they're going to be good, but we'll just double check it. And I'm not going to run any video tests on this because it's just the onboard video, so we're not going to benchmark it. That's silly. I can start the cable management, do a little bit of that tonight, so it'll be less I have to do later. But that's pretty much the build. This is a very simple build. Like I said, there's 7 parts involved. And you're looking at right around $1,000 to get her done, and it's a machine that's going to be fast, quiet, reliable, and it's going to last you a minimum 8 years. The worst thing that may happen, statistically speaking, is between now and 8 years from now, you may have a power supply go out, but likely that's about, or a case fan. That's about the only thing you can expect to really realistically happen. Unless you spill something on it or you beat it around, you knock it to the ground, knock it over a few times, that's not good. Or if you, if you live in an area with a lot of power spikes, storms, and you don't have a surge protector protecting it, that can kill your computer too. But there's no reason this thing can't stay on 24/7 for the next 8 years with a UPS or surge protection on it. And worst you should expect to do is change out a fan or a power supply. That's it. And even that's because that's a low-end power supply. But even these low-end power supplies, they're very, very good today, especially compared to what we were using 15, 20 years ago. When you have an 80-plus rating on a power supply, I can tell you right now, that's going to be a better built power supply, regardless of where the 80-plus rating is, Just the fact that it's got an 80 plus rating on it tells you it's made of better components. If I see a power supply with no 80 plus rating in this day and age, I won't buy it for any price. I won't even let you pay me to use it. I think that's going to wrap it up for today. Any final questions for me? I'll be happy to address them. Brendan Looney's contributed £2. Thank you, Brendan. Edwin Ojeda says, I sent you $20 through PayPal but got no email from you. I am running a little behind, a few days behind on sending the thank yous. I will double check that. And like I said, thank you for letting me know. I will check that as soon as I'm done here. And I've turned you blue, so you're a moderator as well. Carrie, can you put too much RAM in a computer and it won't boot? So your motherboard chipset is what determines how much RAM you can have. And for the most part, like a laptop, an older laptop, may be limited on how much RAM it will see. So you can put in more RAM that it can use. It shouldn't prevent it from booting, but it'll just not see the RAM. So if you have 32 gigs of RAM, in most cases, it'll just say whatever the maximum is, 16, and it won't see the rest of it. There are probably examples where you can put in a RAM module that the BIOS says, I don't know what that is. That's a bigger RAM module that you bought that existed during when I was engineered and made. So I don't know what that is you put in, and it won't recognize it at all. So it is possible on older machines. If you've got a machine that's more than 10 years old, yeah, it's possible. If you have a machine that's less than 10 years old, it should handle whatever you throw at it. In general, with laptops being maybe an exception, if it's a very low-end laptop or a very low-end desktop, you're more likely to run into that. If you're buying something mid-range or higher range, you got to remember these things are not all equal. When you go to the store and you're making a purchase and you're buying the cheapest thing you can buy, don't think you can hang with the big dogs when it comes to upgrades and expandability. Or even repairability. You're more likely to encounter problems and have issues on the cheap stuff, and that's why I don't bother with the cheap stuff, because I would be expected to carry that under warranty at my expense and time to fix it, and it makes me look bad. Just the fact that it failed at all, and a customer has to deal with the inconvenience of calling me, is enough for a customer to say, I never want to buy a computer from you again at any price. So there is a minimum amount of quality that I have to put my name behind it. And it generally runs right around $600. Would be about the cheapest machine I will put together because I need to stay in business. If you're a real technical person, you might be able to get away with buying the real cheap stuff and handling all the technical issues that come along with that. But most technical people wouldn't buy that stuff because they know it's crap. A computer, in my opinion, people rely on these to communicate, to pay bills, to get a job, even to work from home. It should not be the cheapest thing you can find. Likewise, if you were buying a life preserver, I wouldn't buy the cheapest life preserver. If the cheapest life preserver is $17 at Walmart and the most expensive one is $36, I think I'm worth $36, you know? Even though both life preservers probably work, I suspect the $36 one will work better and for a longer period of time and won't need to be replaced as soon. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I see things. If I'm buying food, I generally like to buy name brand. I don't generally like store brand, and I will pay a little bit more because I can taste a texture and flavor difference in most of it. For that example, that's just me and that's my personality. But when you do go on the lower end, and I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying if you're going to look at the cheaper stuff, expect to have limits that other people don't have. And maybe problems that other people don't have. And let's see if I can go full screen. I think I'm done with this. We can shut this down. Should power off rather quickly. Let's see. Yeah, I'd say that was quick. And then we can go full screen on camera 1. There we go. Nice. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, I went full screen on my side, not on your side. There you go. Dr. Nose contributed $2. He says, thank you. Keep up the good work. Thank you. D says, I cannot afford a new computer. I'm on Social Security. Well, I think if you can save $20 a month, and I think anybody can find $20 in a month, for $160, $180, you can buy an off-lease Dell like I've been doing here to give to the disabled American veterans. And you'll have a machine, make sure it's a Core i5 with 8 gigs of RAM. And you're going to have a machine that's going to last you another 5 or 6 years. And if you get it with a solid state drive, or you just do the upgrade to a solid state drive when you can save another $40, you're going to find a machine that is rocket fast, very reliable. It's not going to be very upgradable. It'll be pretty limited as far as that goes. It's not going to have an 80+ efficient power supply. But you will have an off-lease machine that has lived 3 years of life in a corporate environment where it was treated well and maintained well. And let them take the hit on the depreciation, and you will end up with a great computer for, like I said, $160 to $190, let's say. The Dell Optiplex 8020 is the model I like to buy, but they're certainly smaller form factors. You buy them on Amazon all day long, and they're plentiful. It's not like they're hard to find. So you don't have to spend $1,000. You're also not going to get a machine that says upgradable. You're not going to get a machine with DDR4 RAM. It'll have DDR3. So what? As long as it's got 8 gigs of RAM and a Core i5, and you make sure you get an SSD in there, you're going to have a fast, relatively quiet, reliable machine. And if you leave it alone, it should last you 5 or 6 years for regular residential use. Somebody who's just living off Social Security probably doesn't have the most demanding PC needs. If you do, then you're going to need to find another source of income. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to drive a Tesla and you're on Social Security income and you've got to have a Tesla, it ain't going to happen that way. You know what I mean? So there are ways, if you are willing to sacrifice and be patient, it's not a huge deal to get yourself a more modern machine at a reasonable price without going to Walmart or something and buying a $200 new computer, which will be a big disappointment. You're better off buying off-lease business computers that are 3 years old, and you'll spend less money for a better machine. That's what I think. And I've proven it. I've done it here. In fact, you can even go so far as to look around the house and maybe time for a yard sale. If you can collect $200 from a yard sale, or whatever you can get from selling junk you no longer use, one man's trash, another man's treasure, that'll get you there quicker. I can assure you there's got to be some junk in your life that you can part with that somebody else wants, so that you can get something to trade that junk for something more valuable to you, such as a more modern computer, and it doesn't have to be $1,000. Again, it's that same price point, go to Amazon, look up a Dell Optiplex 8020, and then Amazon will make suggestions along with that. Look at those suggestions. Core i5, 8 gigs of RAM. It's going to have Windows 10 already installed. That right there is $100. So you're basically getting the hardware for free at that point, darn near. And when I ship a computer, it costs me $60 to $100. When Amazon includes the shipping for free, you just saved another $60 minimum on that purchase. So you can get there. You can certainly get there. If you want it bad enough, I have no doubt you can do that. Thanks you guys so much for watching. Thanks for your participation and all the contributions that came in during today's live stream. A shout out to those folks. That is, hold on. Dr. No, Madi Yoel, Brendan Looney, Mark Drope Sr., My Company Tech, Ian McLeod, Dom Parada, Mervyn Jordan, Rudiger Luthi, Hugh Wong, Michael Cutler, James Griffin, My Company Tech, Irving T., Tom Jackson, Thomas Robinson, Past Me, Jerry Watson, John Yasuda, Psycho Killer 25, Art Awesome, Daniel McAndrew, Glenn Davies, Rydia 704, Michael Collis, Randall Doms, Thomas Robinson, Bear Paw, Sharon Idle, Terrell Harkness, James Allen, Michael Brooks, Glenn Davies, John Walter, Michael Spangard, Creeping Death 71, Jim Innes, Rare Apple 3, John Peck, Wilhelm Gordon, Alan Maybrier, Chester Hughes, Brendan Looney, Jesse Kirk, and Marty Uell. Again, thank you guys. And Jesse Kirk was the first contribution before the stream started. Well, it was in the scheduled stage. So thanks you guys so much for, again, helping to keep me free of sponsorship, or at least corporate sponsorship. And I will see you all. Should have some time tomorrow. And an exciting announcement tomorrow, too. So I hope you'll tune in for that. Until then, I will see you all very, very soon. Hold on, I'm not ready yet. Where's my outro? There it is. Bye for now.